Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. I'm your host, Cooley, and we got debate night tonight. Let's get it. Actually, Gabby, off. You done. And you want to leave too? This is how our relationship goes. God over man, man over woman, woman over children. All right, guys, ladies and gents, we are back. Tonight is November 6th, debate night, open debate night. We also are doing a reaction to Donald Trump winning the election. I mean, you know, the liberals right now, they're mad. You know, their panties are in a bunch right now. So we're going to soak all this up. You know, why not? So we got a few links in the description. So let's get to normal schedule programming. If you want to go ahead and join this live debate night, go ahead and click the first link in the description. You go ahead and click that link. I'm only allowing people up if you have your camera on and your audio on. Everyone that's tuned in on Facebook, you got to come on over to YouTube if you want to join the live stream. You go on to YouTube, it's No Fugazee Podcast on YouTube. Everyone on Instagram, it's No Fugazee Podcast on YouTube. If you want to go ahead and join the stream, go ahead and click that first link. I'm allowing all haters, people with different opinions, different perspectives, people that watch my content and maybe disagree with some things that I said. Well, this is the time. This is the smoke session. This is the time to get it all out, right? So click that first link. The second link is going to be for all of our supporters. If you want to go ahead and support the podcast, click that second link and join the membership. We got 3 tiers. First tier is gang, second tier is hitman, third tier is mob ties. You join any of those 3 tiers, you are locked in with us. You can DM me on Instagram and I'll DM you back. And you can help formulate the podcast where when we do the debating shows, coming up with topics or even inviting certain people on with doing debates. And also for our full panel dating shows every Friday. If you want to start up a topic and stuff like that, you know, we'll get you involved with the podcast more when you join a membership. And I want you to take advantage of it too. So please hit us up. The third link is going to be for the merch. The third link is going to be for one-on-one coaching. I coach men and women on dating and relationships. I also do couples coaching. I coach men on masculinity and I also do media and marketing coaching. As you've seen, you know, it's haven't even been 2 years and this podcast has grown to, you know, high 6 figures. Not high, I say mid 6 figures. And, monetized on all the platforms. Facebook is about to hit 1 million followers. YouTube is about to hit 300K. We're doing pretty good, man. So if you need help in marketing your podcast or any type of media platforms you have or products, hit me up. I'll coach you on marketing. The fourth link in the description is going to be for the merch. So we got the God over man, man over woman, and woman over children t-shirts. We sold out twice, but we stocked back up. So go ahead and cop some merch. We got the glasses in there too. The famous glasses that I always wear. Those are the Mr. Man glasses. Go cop some merch, man. Support the podcast. The next link is going to be for the Clips channel. Then also, since Trump won, that means Elon ain't going nowhere. So Twitter/X. It's about to be super popping. And my Twitter account right now is trash. So go ahead and click that 5th link and click the 6th link and add me on Twitter. Cause I think I only got like 900 followers on Twitter. I'm big trash on Twitter. I just started it too. So I'm super late, but I'm big trash on Twitter. I need to go ahead and get my Twitter up. So everyone that's tuning in, go ahead and follow me on Twitter, man. Let's get that up. Then let's see here. That is about it. All right. So we got a lot of people in here for debate night ready to come in. Right before we bring people up for debate, I'm going to bring up my man Clay. We're going to go over some little conversations about the election and the win, the landslide that Trump took, and all the people. I got Joe, Jay Mink, Brenda. Turn on your camera and have your audio on, because in about 5 minutes, I'm going to start bringing some people up and we're going to get to debates, okay? And then everyone else that's, wants to join the stream, I see Bishop, I see your camera on, I see Forever Young, I see your camera on. That's good. All right, let's go ahead and bring my mans up. What's going on, Clay?
How you doing?
Doing pretty good, man. I hear an echo on my end once I bring you up.
Let me see. All right,
so
what
about
about
echo?
Better?
You're very low, but there's an echo too.
All right, let's try that. How's that sound?
Let's see. Still echo, but all good. What I'm gonna do is when I speak, I'm gonna just mute you. But when you speak in, you're good to go. And I'm gonna turn you up on my end too, so the audience can hear you. So I just turned you up on my end. You should be good.
Okay. Yeah, man. I'm actually curious to see what you think. I mean, I got plenty of thoughts. Full disclosure, I do support Trump, of course. Because I'm sane. But I'd love to hear what you think first.
This guy said because I'm sane. Man, my thoughts on it is, it's funny because all of these celebrities endorsed him. You have Lady Gaga, Rihanna, will.i.am, Taylor Swift, Cardi B, the entire Avengers cast. The entire Avengers cast. We talking Iron Man. We talking Spider-Man. We talking all of the Avengers. The entire cast has all endorsed them. Jennifer Lopez was even crying. And then on Trump's side, let me go ahead and unmute you real quick. Go ahead.
You're talking about the Diddy list, right? That's what you're referring to? You just named
the entire Diddy list.
Like, I mean, J-Lo is his ex. She has pretty good judgment. I wouldn't really listen to her.
Yeah, man. Crazy, bro. Crazy, man. I would say, so like, think about it. You got all these celebrities that endorsed them. And on Trump's side, I mean, you got celebrities that endorsed him too, but it's not a Diddy list. Like, it's Joe Rogan, Elon Musk, it's Dana White, Hulk Hogan. Like, who didn't want to be like Hulk Hogan when they were young, picking people up and slamming them? Everyone kind of wanted to. Pretty much the people that endorsed Trump, not all, but a lot of those people, women wanted to be with those guys and men wanted to be those guys. So like his endorsements had like merit. Like, it was like, okay, you weren't paid. The other thing is the truth. I'll just give you, I already put this information up and exposed the truth via Facebook, but I'll give YouTube some insight. So Camilla team actually reached out to me. True story. I can show the emails and all. They reached out to me, man. And they offered me a big bag. It wasn't no small bag. It wasn't, small numbers. It was big numbers, right below 6 figures. But it was still in the high thousands, that high 5-figure account. And I said no to it, man. They didn't want much because I have a TikTok. Me and my girl, we have 2 million, almost 2 million followers and stuff like that. So it hit me up on there. They wanted the endorsement on there and on Facebook because where I have almost 1 million followers. I said no to the bag, bro. So this just shows me how hard they were going to get. I'm a regular guy. I'm not even famous. You know what I'm saying? I'm a regular, streamer / YouTube guy / content creator. They hit me up and, they got no leeway. So imagine all the other people that they hit up and all the people that sold their soul. So my thoughts on it is they stormed the media with all this propaganda and psyop and everyone. And, the numbers didn't lie. The people really came out and supported. So that's my thoughts on it wrapped up in one. How about you, man?
Yeah. So first thing first, I want to comment on the celebrity aspect. So the big thing with the celebrities, if you look at everyone that came out, your Hollywood celebrities, etc., these literally were people off the Diddy list. I want to be clear on that. right? So J-Lo's a great example, right? Dated him, right? Publicly. This isn't a secret. So these are not people that I necessarily trust a discernment, number one. Number two, if you actually look at the people on the Diddy list, you know, there's a reason why they came out. I don't think they had a choice. I think they came out by force. That's a whole nother conversation. But the way I look at it is through the biblical lens. All right. For those of you who don't know, we have the Unapologetic Faith podcast. So we are Christians here. We are very conservative minded, and everything we say goes through scripture. So I think a good place to start is Romans 13, 1-2. And it's essentially, I'm going to read it to you guys here so I don't misquote. Let every person be subject to the governing authorities, for there is no authority except from God, and those that exist have been instituted by God. Therefore, who resist the authorities, resist what God has appointed. Now, why did I read that verse? Here's why. This election, Trump was elected by God. He was put there by God. People always talk about, you know, they're crying. You see the liberals crying online. You have Christians that are crying. The reality is this. This is how it was supposed to be. So regardless of which side of the aisle you're on, you have to look at it through that lens first. It's part of God's plan. The second thing, I think if you look at both candidates, so people that claim to be a Christian or at least practicing the faith or have some belief in a God, etc., or some sense of morality. Say what?
No, I'm listening. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, some sense of morality. I think a good place to start is to look at each one of the candidates. So I have a list here. I'm going to go through it. So let's look at Kamala. So Kamala, number one, she supports LGBTQ, right? This is grown men in girls' restrooms, women's protected spaces, female sports, etc. She supports transgenderism, which, by the way, I mean, she turned Easter into the Transgender Day of Awareness. I mean, talk about blasphemous. She supports sex change on minors, right? Disguising it as this gender affirming care. She, even when she was in California, she used tax dollars for gender reassignment surgery in prisons. These are people in prisons using tax dollars to do that. Good use of funds there. She supports gender indoctrination in youth schools, putting books in schools of teaching little boys around the age of 6 years old how to give oral to other little boys, right? These are actual depictions of boys on boys giving oral. She put those in the schools in California. She supports abortion, which is the literal murdering of children. Look at the border, right? 320,000 children have gone missing there or that were sex trafficked. She was the border czar. She was in charge of the border. That was her responsibility. Would a good Christian, moral, God-fearing woman do that? I don't know. Look at her rally, right? Someone shouts out, "Christ is King." What was her response? "Oh, you're at the wrong rally. Go down the street." You know, it's another one, actually, I think a lot of people don't know about. So January 8th, this is 2004, she was sworn in to be the district attorney of San Francisco. And when she did that, she requested specifically that the Bible not be used as she swore in. And they put some random other book in there. Would a God-fearing Christian woman do that? Let's look at when she swore in as VP. This is in 2020. She placed her purse between her hand and the Bible, put a purse in between as she swore in to become VP. These are not the actions of a God-fearing woman by any means. Now, you could say the same thing about Trump, right? He's done some dumb stuff. He said some bad stuff. Fine. Okay. But the only thing Trump is really guilty of is being a dick, being an asshole. He says stuff that pisses people off, especially women. But he is nowhere near, scripturally speaking, at least nowhere near what Kamala has done. It's not even close. So I don't know about you guys, but it's not exactly a close call for Christians to make a discerned decision between who to vote for. Now, one of the biggest questions is remove faith out of it. Look at it from the perspective of who you want to run the country. We saw, you can look back and think, okay, how have things been over the last 3 years, 3.5 years? How have things been for you? Have they gotten worse or better since Trump was in office? 9 times out of 10, I'd argue they got better. Whether you look at the economy, the border, etc. It used to cost $75,000 to own a home. Now we're over $100,000. You have to per year. So that it used to be able to make $75,000 a year and buy a house. Now you got to make over $100,000. I think it's like 120, 140. Things have not been going in the right direction, period. They just haven't. So the way I look at it, you can either look at what happened during the presidency. You can look at it from the spiritual worldview, or you can look at it for what's coming next. You talk about her going to go sit down with whether it's Vladimir Putin, Xi Jinping, etc., negotiating on behalf of the United States. Think about that for a second. She can't even do a press conference without having a teleprompter. She cannot speak without a teleprompter.
Yeah, man, it's sad, bro.
Yeah. You think Vladimir Putin's going to send her a read ahead? Like, hey, before you come speak to me, make sure you know these answers to the questions. Look at Joe Rogan. So Joe Rogan invites Elon Musk on. They have a 3-hour conversation, unscripted, not edited, raw, talking like a bro, talking about UFC, making jokes, all of that, just like a normal human being. He then extends the invite to Kamala. She's like, I'll do it, but wait, it's got to be 45 minutes or less. It's got to be where I say it is. So she asked Joe Rogan to fly from the iconic studio and come to her. And then she wanted to read ahead of what the questions were going to be. You can't do that with Vladimir Putin or Xi Jinping. So what is this? That's not a leader. It's disgraceful. And she had no place being VP. She was not qualified. And that's what the American people said.
Yeah, man. Yo, thanks for coming with the facts, man. I'm every time I speak, it's an echo, so I'm going to just make sure it's clear now. Let me see. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm good. Yeah, put a 1 in the chat if I'm good on audio. Put a 2 in the chat if there's an echo when I'm speaking while he's muted. 1 in the chat if I'm good speaking. 2 in the chat. Okay, 1. All right, bet I'm good. Cool. Yeah, man. Yo, Clay, man. Yo, thanks for coming with the facts, bro. The hardcore facts. I mean, homie was spitting numbers. Homie came fully prepared. I appreciate that, man. I hope y'all listen, man, because he was dropping some gems, facts only, no fillings, zero fillings. He even gave his biblical perspective, which is very respected on this podcast. So I appreciate you on that too, man. But yo, Clay, I'm gonna go ahead and get some people in here, get these debates started, man. Yo, you're welcome to stick around, man. And I'll bring you back up for debates if you want.
Might be able to come back in a little later. I got a newborn now, and my wife needs some help with that. But before I go, I just want to let everyone know, listen, this election was one of the best things that's ever happened to America. And as Cooley debates these people, just keep in the back of your head, a lot of what you hear is false information that's been spewed by the mainstream media. I was psychological operations in the Army. This is a branch of special operations. That's what I did beforehand. And then I went on to work for the few federal agencies. Listen, I know what I'm talking about when I say most of y'all who are anti-Trump have been psyoped. How do I know? Because I was a psyoper. I did it for a living. So believe me when I say that. And the last thing I'll say here, man, I appreciate you bringing me on. Listen, if you guys want to check me out, Unapologetic Faith Podcast, Christian Podcast, we're getting ready to do a whole new relaunch, revamp. We got a whole new studio, costs $140,000, but it's about to go now. But yeah, man, appreciate you for having me on.
Appreciate you, brother. Hey, everyone go follow his podcast, Unapologetic Faith, man. Thanks, Clay. All right, brother. Yo, so I'm about to start bringing people up for debate night. He was giving some facts. Yeah, man. Yo, I posted up, I don't know, all the people right now on Instagram, because we're on Instagram. Are you on Facebook? You should be on Facebook too. But I posted something on IG, and I pretty much said, like, yo, all you men, that pedestalized women and voted for Harris, men lead, women follow. I don't know. My IG must have been bussing today because that was just my story. It got over 50,000 views on there. Mad comments, mad everything. Then people just started hating. I got a lot of liberals sending me death threats and all types of stuff. And I shared one of them on my Instagram of this girl saying something crazy about my kid and stuff like that. But hey, man, it is what it is. You see the true evil. The true evil has been exposed. We'll say that. And Clay is speaking facts, man. A lot of y'all been psyop. I'll also say this before we get people in here with the debates. This type of content, I always say influence creates thinking, thinking creates behavior. There was many things that influenced the masses to vote for Trump. And it was a landslide. He got 4 million more votes than Harris. So he won the popular vote. I mean, this hasn't been done for a while. He didn't do this his last term. He didn't do this when he was a president when he ran against Clinton. He didn't do this at all. With that being said, many things influence people. COVID, of course, influenced people. Vaccines influence people. A lot of things influence people to be like, something's going on with the government. It's not right. Like inflation influenced people. But I would say this type of content influenced people. The Manosphere, the red pill, you would say. Shout out to everyone that produces this content and makes this content and speaks the truth. Shout out to MTR, Fresh and Fit, Marquette, Devon Burton. Shout out to Rollo Tomasi. Shout out to Michael Sartain. Shout out to everyone that's been speaking the truth and making this content here in the Manosphere space, man, because it really influenced people. And guess what? The government knew about it too. The government knew that this type of content influences men to vote conservative. It influences men to be more conservative. It's just a fact. The CIA, all of them, they know about it, man. Like, true story. The Kamala Harris team really reached out to me. Was trying to pay me the bag. And guess what? Didn't do it. Turned it down. But so many people did it. So many people you seen supporting her. It was all fake. And they even like put it out afterwards. It was like, what was the one chick? She said that, I forgot her name, but she's some famous girl. She said that she fully endorsed Harris. But then yesterday she was like, she took a screenshot of her picture and she said she voted for Trump. She was like, man, I just collected that bag from Harris. She was paying a bag. I collected it. And then I went ahead and I voted for Trump. So some people will sell their soul to the devil. They will take the money and do things when they don't even believe in it. So anyways, I hope we got a lot of people in here to debate. We do. All right. So we got Joe, put your camera on. We got Forever Young. I see you in here. I'm going to bring you up first, Forever Young. We got Daniel Bishop. I'm going to bring you in here. We got Antenna. Stay tuned, Antenna. Give me like a few minutes to deal with two of these guys before I bring you up, Antenna. I'll bring you right on up. And we got Dr. Travis Gray in here. And we got R. We got JO32. So everyone that's in the queue right now, make sure your camera is on and your audio is on. I'm going to start bringing people up. Let's go ahead and start with Forever Young. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. State your name and where you're from.
I go by the name. You can just call me Young. Coming from Cleveland, Ohio, man.
Okay, from Cleveland, Ohio. Okay, talk to me. What's up? You here to debate?
Nah, hell no, man. I'm totally agreeing with everything that my last guy Clay just said, and it's funny as hell to me that anybody that say they believe in God or I pray to God or anything, bro. How can you stand for the things that everything that he said laid out?
Everything the Democrats stand for, yeah. He laid it out perfectly.
How do you say you believe in God and you believe what he stands for, man? I just don't be getting it. But I am a follower, man. You doing a great job. I've been following you for a while, man. I want to say keep on going, keep crushing them. You know what I'm saying? You turning all the way up, man, and I'm fucking with it the long way. But I ain't here to debate, man. I'm here to agree with everything that's going on that was said in that last, you know what I'm saying?
Word, man. Yo, I appreciate the support, man. Blessings to you, brother. I'm going to get someone else up.
For sure.
All right. Let's see here. We got, let's bring up Dr. Travis Gray. Welcome to No Fugazi Podcast. State your name. Where you from?
Hey, Cooley. My name is Dr. Travis Gray. I live in San Jose, California. I'm from Omaha, Nebraska.
Cool. You here to debate, man?
I'm a doctor of philosophy, PhD in transpersonal psychology. Transpersonal psychology is like a spiritual psychology. Long story short, is developed by Abraham Maslow, but this is my background educationally.
Okay. Transpersonal psychology. Cool, man. You here to debate? What you here to speak about?
Yeah. Some different things. It was really interesting. I'm glad I got up here early because the queue sounded long. But I really liked your content. I like a lot of the things that you're saying, and I'm glad you get good praise from other people that come on here too. A lot of respect for you. But this last guy, he said that Kamala Harris put a purse in between her hand and the Bible. Why would that ever happen? Was crazy. So I looked it up, and that did not happen. So
did not happen. Okay.
So the kinds of things that people when they are really emotionally charged with their, their perspective and their stance in a political situation, their political stance, they get really emotionally charged, and then they start like pulling things out of thin air that is just that's not the reality. She had like a zipped up Bible. I don't know if you've seen like those old
zip up ones. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Grandmother would have had, you know,
Yep.
a zipped up Bible. That's what she had on top of whatever Bible they had, you know. So she brought her own to, you know, this was important to her or whatever.
Got it. So you're saying that it wasn't a purse, it was actually another Bible?
Correct. It says
that she put in
Bible
between
on it.
Got it. I see what you say, which could maybe resemble a purse since it has a zipper on it and stuff like that.
Yeah, but like, why would you like, you're so like, you're with your own, like you have your own morals and values around your spiritual tradition, and you lots of respect for yourself. You don't, you can't just come out of
I
nowhere.
get what you're saying. I don't know if it's true or not true. I'll take, you know, both of your words for it. He's not on the stream right now to defend himself, but I would say that regardless if it's true or not, the things that he was speaking was true.
I only got in here just like minutes, you know,
minutes
not too long
before.
ago. So I saw
it.
that little bit. You know, those kids being lost is like technically is like they hadn't been tracked technically, so that like the paperwork was not well done, and it should be. I fully agree that it should be well done.
You mean in regards to the border?
In regards to the 300,000 kids lost
from the border?
Yeah, they're not. So they're not like lost. The paperwork is not tracking them.
Well, yeah, well,
that would be more appropriate.
Appropriate, yeah. I mean, but that's still, we don't have track of kids that's coming in, so we really don't have a number of who's here and who's not here. So we got to deem it as lost because we can't really pinpoint it down. I know it's a lot of little things that to get into it, but let's get busy. So, did you vote for Trump or Harris?
I did vote for Trump.
Okay, you voted for Trump, so you wanted Trump to win anyway.
Yeah, I thought that he is not the best representative as a character. He has a lot of like very evident character flaws, but
yeah, but everyone, no one's perfect, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And but he still has goals that I think for the bigger picture.
I'll say this: his character is better than anyone that you've ever met in your life. That is the truth. It is the truth. I'll tell you why. So let me make my point. I'll make my claim. I'll make my claim. It's a bold claim, but I'll make my claim and I'll back it up.
Bold claim. That is a bold claim.
And I'm not even a fan of him, right? But I can tell you from what I've observed, his character is better than anyone that you ever met in your life. Just the simple fact that as a man and being masculine, he took a bullet, got back up, was unfazed, and screamed and shouted, "Fight, fight." Anyone else, think about the people that you know. The people that you know, if they got shot, right? Would they be standing back up and screaming, "Fight, fight"? Do they have the masculinity and the manhood to even do something like that? And then to do a rally the next day and be unfazed? Or would they be rattled? Would they experience PTSD? Would they be, in awe over the situation? Think about the people that you know and answer that for me.
A few of the people that I know would have the kind of character that you're speaking to.
A few of the people?
I think so.
Okay, fair enough. So, but with that being said, I think that
you
think definitely
that you have that kind of character.
I've been through a lot. For sure, I have that type of character. But I would say
I'm meeting you right now, so it was a really bold claim.
That's why I said it is a bold claim. But to speak about a few different points of, what you're saying, like, okay, because people always like to get on people's character. Like, no one's perfect. Like, if you see me up, standing and talking for hours through day on day, doing multiple rallies, and even on my podcast, I say some crazy stuff, and my character can be like, I'm never out of character. I'm always who I am. But, when you're displaying yourself to the masses, I mean, it's always going to be flaws. And people are always going to pick at little things. So we can't say like, character, stuff like that. It's more like you voted for him because of his policies. You voted for him because, the Republicans is just better than the Democrats right now. And that's what I think Clay was saying. Clay was speaking about the hypocrisy and the psyop that the Democratic, tried to strategize against the population with getting all of these celebrities involved, with, blocking all of this information, with trying to lock him up. Just all of this propaganda going on, and he still came out unfazed. We got to say, like, even put that into perspective. That would be hard. Like, all of the things that he'd been through, a lot of people wouldn't be able to handle that.
You definitely have to respect the man that got into that position and did it again. Not just one time, but did it again. That is respectable. As far as Clay goes, like, nothing against Clay. It's just when you start to like plug in these things that are not real, that starts to get a little confusing. Does that make sense?
I mean, I feel what you're saying, but I mean, like, when you look at it,
if you're going to keep it
wouldn't be surprising. We got to keep it no Fugazi. I don't know the truth, though, on that. And Clay's not here to defend himself. I didn't look it up. I didn't Google. You said something, he said something else. Sure. But if we keep it in no Fugazi, it wouldn't be a surprise if she did put a purse in between the Bible.
That would be crazy. That'd be
but it wouldn't be surprising though. It wouldn't be like, think about it. She's pro LGBTQ plus and all of these different genders and everything else is like, that's more crazier than putting a purse in between your Bible. Like, so it's not that far fetched is what I'm saying. Yeah. But listen, I want to make this conversation a little bit more constructive.
Sure.
Do you have actual points that you want to speak about or a topic you want to speak about?
Well, one thing about your content and these debates, this is mostly, I've seen some of the podcast structure that you have, but I've mostly seen these debates. Yeah. I wonder like how much of your point of view, perspective, what you're trying to get out of these debates personally. I wonder how much of that is for progression, is for moving forward, for pushing the edges of what we are thinking forward instead of staying in a historic rhetoric or dealing with the
okay, you pretty much asked me what's the purpose for the debates.
Sorry,
you're pretty much asking me what's the purpose for the debates.
No, I want to know that I want to know if I would like to know that this is true, but I want to know your position when you are in the debate. Are you willing, able to be, for progress?
For sure. Yeah, man. I have these open debates with zero agenda. It's random. Sometimes like I debated a few of the people from the Jubilee channel. That was a little bit more constructed, meaning that we had topics planned and everything. It was formal where they had their opening. I had my opening. It was more formal. Yeah. But overall, these debates is to have people come on and they get to, I'm transparent. So it's to show my transparency for one, to show that I'm being no Fugazi, right? Yeah. Like meaning that you could come in here and say anything. You could talk about me. You could talk about the videos that you see. If you think it's illogical, if you think it's nonsensical, if you think that I'm just a hypocrite or anything you think, you get a chance to come on here, speak your piece, but then I'm going to battle you on the things that you say. And I think that does push the needle forward in the, let's say, being a thought leader, right? You get what I'm saying? Like a lot of these debates that I do, I'm thinking quickly, just speed. I bring a lot of people up and I'm able to think. So it's helping me out too. But then the viewers are seeing it. So they're like, okay, well, all right, this lady or this man came on with a point of contention with Cooley's point. Well, let's see if it can hold up with logic, right? So I would say that's the point of it. The point of debate night is keeping it no Fugazi. Yeah, I got to have myself checked sometimes too and see if people can check me on things. Yeah. And then sometimes I have debates and I don't be knowing a whole lot of information on it. Like, the one lady, she wanted to debate me on AI. The one guy wanted to debate me on flat earth and stuff like that.
Man,
I'm like,
the flat earthers are hilarious.
Like, let me do a little bit more research on these topics. If I don't know something, I'm fine to say I don't know, right? Mm-hmm. But if I do know something, I'm going to speak on it. And I normally only speak on things that I know, but I'm not afraid to speak on things that I don't know. But I'll tiptoe a little bit and see what I can bring up with using logic to test them to see if what they're saying even makes sense. The thing is, when you are a logical, rational thinker, you don't have to know a whole lot of information. You can ask some questions and see what they are saying makes sense. I debate people that believe that the black woman is God. I debate people that believe that, all these type of weird beliefs. So, and I do that with just logic and, reason. But
yeah. I would love to have a conversation about some of the spiritual things, but I want to keep things political. It seems like this one is about the political thing.
It's not really about the political. I would say this, Travis, I'm going to bring some more people up. Don't go anywhere. Don't, if you have time, don't go anywhere. I'll bring you back up because when debates kind of get in certain areas, I'll bring more people up to speak and give their inputs on topics. How about that?
Okay.
Yeah. So stay in the queue. And I'll bring someone else up and see if, we can get things busy. All right, let's see what we got here. We got Antenna. I see you in here, man. Gonna bring you up shortly. Joe, turn on your camera. Turn on your camera and your audio. We got, Chev, you're in here a couple of times. Let me go ahead and remove that one. Marquise, go ahead and turn on your camera. Chev, welcome to No Fugazee podcast. State your name, where you from?
Oh, I'm from Manhattan, New York.
Manhattan, New York. What's going on, brother? You here to debate?
No, I was actually just tuning in for the first time, man.
Word. Okay.
Look, man. Yeah, I'm just checking you out. I've seen a couple of your videos, and I'm impressed, I must say, on just how you argue your point. So I was just checking you out.
Appreciate it, man. Well, have a blessed one, man. I'm gonna get some more callers up. Appreciate the love.
Too.
All right, let's get Antenna up here. Welcome to No Fugazi Podcast, Antenna. Antenna the boy, you back, man. What is this, round 3?
Yeah, sure.
All right, what's up? Talk to me. What you got?
Yeah, so, I'm kind of confused about some of the things you said here. So, when you just kind
got
of
you.
Right. So, before, I've seen a couple of your debates between somebody else and yourself, obviously. And in regards to where you say, like, you voted for Trump, right? And I voted for Harris. And now I'm trying to understand, like, I'm kind of confused by this, right? So when you say that you voted for Trump, when you were in those debates, some things that you said was that Trump is for, number one, he's for natalism, and number two, he's for like family. He's very family oriented, and natalism is involved in family. It's all about family, right?
Well, I would say that the Republican Party is more for encouraging families and life than the Democrats. That's what I would say.
And Trump is too, right? He's the
Well, he's
Party.
the head of the Republican Party. Yeah.
So Trump is for natalism and family, right?
I would say overall, generally, the Republican Party, which includes Trump, is pro-natalism and pro-family, pro-life. Okay. Yeah.
Right. So I'm like confused by this. So when you say this, right, I don't see like how you could say this, right? So there's a couple of things, right? So when we talk about like Trump being like pro-natalist, pro-family, pro all this stuff, I don't see how you could say that when like the man has, number one, he's cheated on his wife before. That doesn't seem like a very like pro-family thing to do. He's sexualized little girls on like in 1992 on national TV. I literally looked at a little girl and said, I'll be dating her in 10 years. You could say that he like is pro-natalism. I guess he wants us to have kids so he can sexualize them more. I don't know. He sexualized his daughter on live TV and on magazines multiple times. He was held what do you call it? He was held civilly liable for sexual assault, had to pay Jean Carroll $88 million in damages, or like past that. And then, he also settled in court for not renting to black people. So I guess that you could say that he cares about family, but not black families. I guess he didn't want to rent to them. I don't know. So I don't see how you can say that like he's like for a family or whatever. I don't get that.
All right. So your argument against Trump when it comes to being pro-natalism is that he cheated on his wife and that he sexualized women. That's your argument?
That's not my complete argument. I said like five things.
Well, if we sum it up, that's what you said.
He was held sexually liable for rape for Jean Carroll. He had to pay $88 million in damages, number one. Number 2, he settled in court for not renting to black people, right? Number 3, he cheated on his wife. Number 4, he sexualized his daughter. Number 5, he sexualized a little girl on TV. And then there's also policy stuff or whatever that also doesn't really show that he's for families or for natalism or whatever. So I don't really see how you could say that he's family oriented or he's for having kids and childbearing and stuff like that when he's done these things.
Yeah. All right. And cool. I mean, that's pretty much what I stated. You just stated back. You just included grape in there. And you included the case that he had to pay money for. Okay, cool. So in regards to why you think that, you know, the points that you brung up of why he isn't pro-life or pro-natal, let's say pro-natalism, that's nonsensical. Let me ask you a question. Do you think that Martin Luther King is pro-life?
I don't know.
No?
In regards, you mean in regards to abortion? I don't know. I don't know if he's pro-life.
Cool. Okay. Do you think that Martin Luther King was pro-family?
Okay. Oh man. Okay.
Answer the question, man.
I'm gonna answer the question, but
don't
I'm gonna tell
obfuscate off it. Just answer it, yes or no.
I'm gonna answer your question. I'm gonna tell you the problem with the question. The problem is when you
answer it first, then tell me the problem.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do both. So number 1, I don't know, and number 2, the issue here is that when you do these debates, you speak about these vague, overarching concepts. Do you support natalism? Having kids, sure, in the grand scheme of like keeping the human species together, sure, but do I believe every single person in America should have kids? Obviously not. There's some people who shouldn't have kids. There's some people who don't even deserve to have kids. And then there's number 2, like, do you think that Martin Luther King was like he was family oriented? I mean, in the sense that everybody else is family oriented, everybody else is family. Sure, your problem is like you're conflating these vague concepts to be like micro and it doesn't make sense.
Okay, Antenna, calm down.
I'm perfectly calm, bro.
All right, so let me get a direct answer. Do you think that Martin Luther King was, because I'm trying to test your logic, right? All this is you made a claim. Well, you asked me a question. I made my claim. I said that, I think Trump and the Republican Party are more pro-life and pro-natalism and pro-encouraging families over the Democrats.
How?
You're saying that
I said how.
Got it. We're going to get to that. You said that you stated your argument on why you think he's not, right?
Yeah, you just asked me questions. I need to ask like how. Like tell me how.
Okay, well, I didn't even give you my how yet. It's your argument. You need to back up yours real quick. I got it, but you need to back up yours. So I'm asking you questions, right? With that being said,
that's my argument. Answer how. Like why answer
but you still ask listen, bro, you asked me a question first, and I answered your question, right?
Wait, where did you answer my question?
Well, you stated, do I think that Trump is pro-natalism?
That's not my question.
That was your question.
How could you believe that Trump is for family when he did this, and this? You've asked me questions. You have yet to answer this question.
Got you.
Answer it. Let's hear the answer.
No, we were clearing up our stances, but you still asked me a question, and I said yes to those things.
Well,
then now you're asking me another question, but let's just bring it up.
How? Not a yes or no.
Antenna, real quick. Answer this. Do you think Martin Luther King was a family man?
When you say family man, what does that mean?
Okay, a family man, someone that has.
Yes,
okay. Do you think Trump is a family man? Yes or no?
To me, I don't think that he's like a family man in the how.
Okay, got it. So stop it right there, Antenna. You made some claims. You said that he's not a family man because he cheated on his wife. Guess what? Martin Luther King cheated on his wife. You get it? But you still think he's a family man. No, you think he's a family man. You do. So with that being said, how can you think that Martin Luther King is a family man? Because Martin Luther King was cheating all the time on his wife. Trump was doing the same thing.
Okay. Cooley, here's the problem. when you say family man, this is just a vague concept, okay? When we say family man, how I define a family man is somebody
Okay.
who, in regards to like in regards to family, they're in favor of like being close or close knit to your family or whatever, and not like actively working against it to destruct it or whatever, right? And care about other people being families or whatever.
Okay, cool.
Something that they care about.
Got it.
So if
Got it.
somebody
Cool.
is
So I'll
cheating on
answer
their
your
wife, you can't say
your
that-
question from before then, right?
Holy crap! Finally, okay.
Not
hear it.
finally. You had to answer some of my questions. Answer one of my questions because you made a claim. So one, let's differentiate the two. I made a claim that, I believe that, the Republican Party and Trump is pro-natalist more than, and they're pro-natalist and they encourage families, and they're pro-life more than the Democratic Party. The reason being is because let's look at the map of termination of unborn children, right? So in that map, the Republican states have the lowest number. It's the lowest week, right? It's 6 weeks. Most of the Republican states is either 6 weeks. I think the max, it may go to like 18 weeks, but normally it's 6 weeks. And that's when the heartbeat, in 6 weeks, that's when the heartbeats starts. So if you try to terminate your unborn children at that time, the majority of the Republican states, they say, no, you can't do it. That's a life. It's a heartbeat, right? That's where they deem life at. The Democratic Party, you got New Jersey, you got other states, they have no limit, meaning that you can terminate your unborn child anytime, way past. You got 34 weeks. A woman terminated her unborn child. Like, when was this? Last month? So when we looking at it versus, if we're speaking about pro-natalism versus anti-natalism, chat, this is people that's pro-family, pro-life versus people that's not pro-family and they're pro-death, right? So the Republican Party, generally speaking, the Republican Party, they stand for life. The Republican Party are conservatives. They stand for conserving family values. So what are you talking about? Harris, she doesn't even have any kids of her own. What are you talking about, bro?
Okay. So when do you believe a life begins? Do you believe that life begins at fertilization?
I'll go with the Republic for this argument. I believe for this argument, I would just say, let's go with the Republican stance on it. So let's say 6 weeks.
Okay, you're wrong.
It doesn't matter. Let's go with 6 weeks because that's what they go with, okay?
Okay, but they're wrong, though.
Okay, so it doesn't matter. What's your point?
The point is that life scientifically begins at fertilization and conception. So if Republicans are for terminating life.
Thank you.
Hold on, stop. I let you talk. Let me talk. If the
Got it. Go ahead. Make your point.
Like you said, are for terminating like babies, as long as it's like before the heartbeat, it doesn't matter. They're still pro-choice.
Yeah, you're still 100% incorrect on my presupposition and my point. I said that you're mixing things up. I said that the Republican Party and Trump are more pro-life and pro-natalism than the Democratic Party.
They believe
not
in killing
overall.
Babies. How? They believe in killing babies. Life
bro, what are you talking about?
Babies.
The Democratic Party, they have no terms in most of the states, meaning that they allow women to terminate the unborn child limitless. It could be any time. The baby could about to be due. And they're like, okay, well, let's just go ahead and, let this go.
Cooley, it doesn't matter how old the child is. Murder is murder, dude. You even believe this. You believe in the Bible. Murder is murder. So
that isn't once again, that isn't my point. You're moving the goalposts off my point. I never said that. No, wrong. Listen.
Yes.
Antenna.
They're both pro-choice.
Antenna.
Hold on, Cooley.
You're talking just to talk. No, stop. You're moving away from my presupposition, Antenna.
You can't just say that they're
Antenna, I'm gonna have to mute you because you're moving you're obfuscating off of the point. You're obfuscating. You're going off of the point, bro. So let's just make it very simple and clear. My whole presupposition is that the Republican Party is more pro-natalist and pro-family than the Democratic Party. It isn't overall. Now, for me and my beliefs, I told you I'm not going to give you my beliefs. Let's just go with what the Republican Party is. You're going off topic, bro.
Okay, so
you're going off topic.
Hold on. All right.
Okay, so now I got a question for you real quick,
Hold
right?
on. No.
So you said something. No. Real quick, I got a question for you, Antenna. Stop it, Antenna.
He won't let me respond to his argument. He won't let me respond to his
what?
argument because he knows I can
What
debunk
argument? No, it wasn't debunk. You're moving the goalposts, Antenna. So let's get some questions out real quick. So you said some things in your claim. You said that, well, a man that cheats. Antenna, listen, bro. Just listen, man. Listen, I got a question for you.
Respond to your argument. In order for us to have a debate, you have to let me respond. I can debunk
Antenna,
your point.
you already argued it, bro, and it didn't make sense. Your argument was that
what you just said.
Antenna, you've already responded, and I proved that you were moving away from the point. Antenna, we do this all the time, bro. It's your third time on.
Respond to your point. Let me respond. Okay.
I got a question for you. No, I got a question for you. So you said that.
Cooley, you can't just
I'm gonna mute you, bro. I'll mute you. Listen. So pay attention, man, because the audience is like, "What the heck is going on?" This kid keeps talking. Pay attention to the rules, right? And I'll sum it up of what just happened to you real quick, because I don't think you understand. You're all over the place. Your thinking is very tangential. You can't think linear, right? So when you came on and you started speaking, I made my points clear. I said that the Republican Party, you said something. Well, when I watch your old videos, you speak about pro-natalism versus anti-natalism. I said, yeah. I think that, the Republican Party is more pro-natalism, more pro-family and pro-natalism than the Democratic Party. You then asked me some questions and you said, well, your beliefs and stuff like this. I said, well, I'm not going to speak about my beliefs, but let's just go with what the Republican Party is. And I said that, well, termination of unborn children, their limit usually starts at 6 weeks. There's a few Republican states where it's a little bit over 6 weeks, right? So then I said, if we put that up against the Democratic Party, where a lot of states is limitless, they have no limits for terminating unborn children. And then many states is 24 weeks, right? So with that being said, if we're comparing the two, we know that, well, this party, their belief is life starts with the heartbeat. You try to say, well, that's wrong. I said, oh, it doesn't matter if that's wrong. We're going with what they stand for, what their values are. They think that life starts with the heartbeat. And that's my claim. So you're trying to move the goalpost off of something else. No, bro, you're wrong. Then you made some other points about Martin Luther King. I mean, not about Martin Luther King, about, Trump cheating on his wife and sexualizing kids. All of those points are unvoid because you've just admitted that you thought that Martin Luther King was a family man. Meanwhile, he cheated on his wife many times. So how isn't Trump a family man if he cheated on his wife or not? So, yeah, bro, you're looking silly right now. So I'm going to ask you some more questions about your point. And then I'm going to let you ask a question too. Okay? Cool. You're unmuted now, bro.
Okay,
so look.
Can I respond to what you just said?
No, bro, I summed it up for the chat because you kept talking. I got a question for you.
Cooley, you have to let me respond to what you just said.
I got a question for you. Okay, with what I just said, I got it to you. I'll let you respond to this. With everything I just said, got it. With everything I just said, do you agree to it?
He believes that murder is murder. He's a Christian, so it's contradictory. It doesn't make any sense. You can't just say, "Oh,
yeah, bro. You're talking just to talk right now."
Because they support murdering a younger
Let's
kid.
not.
It doesn't matter if it's
use different words, Antenna.
That's number one. Number two, I never said that Martin Luther King was a family man, and also
you did in your rebuttal. You said it. Yes, you said it.
I misspoke, but I verbatim said that cheating on your wife doesn't make you a family man. So it would even if he did, it would just contradict. So again, you just throw out that.
No, but what I'm telling you is you contradicted yourself, Antenna.
Let's say again, Cooley, murder is murder. You can't say that the Republican Party is for natalism if they literally support murdering children as long as it's past the heartbeat.
You can't listen. So, Antenna.
Right, so yeah,
Antenna, you still speaking false information. I said that the Republican Party is more pro-natalism and pro-family than the Democratic Party. Can you prove that part wrong? That's my question for you, okay? You're unmuted now.
Yes,
go ahead.
I can prove this wrong because, again, so regardless of what the Republicans say, we live in the real world where we can scientifically analyze where these things, like what occurs here. So regardless of what Cooley says, he actually believes this. He's just being disingenuous, which is fine. I get it. It makes sense. He has to be, right? So the thing is that the Republican,
You're incorrect, Antenna.
The Republican Party says,
but go ahead.
regardless of whatever what he says, the human life does not start at the heartbeat. He knows this, right? The problem is the human life begins at fertilization, conception. There is a multitude of scientific research that shows this. So you can't say that one part. You're shaking your head like I'm right.
No, you didn't prove my point.
You can't say
You're moving away from the goalpost, Antenna.
Okay, Cooley, you can't say that.
Prove what I said is wrong.
I'm trying to tell you, you can't say that one party is more in support of having children because they support murdering a child at an earlier point in life than later. It's murder is murder. You can't say murder is okay because it happens earlier in life. That makes no sense.
Earlier in life, got you. So your point I get your point, but once again, my presupposition is in regards to the states and how they currently have it right now. Like termination of unborn children is fully legal, meaning that it's fully legal in the Republican states. They have the lowest weeks where you can get it done, which is 6 weeks, right? So overall America, right? Overall America, I would agree with you. We've had these discussions before. I would agree with you that
Thank you, Sean. You said that right. Thank you. I know.
But that doesn't prove the point that I made incorrect. That doesn't prove the point that I made in regards to the Republican Party. Once again, Antenna, listen, once again,
I'm in support of Democratic because I believe murdering children.
The Democratic Party is pro LGBTQ plus, Antenna. So this is fully against life. So now we're going to add more stuff into it, Antenna. Right? So we're speaking about pronatalism. Right, Antenna, you're not listening. I got to mute you, bro. I got to mute you. You got to listen. You going to listen, bro? I'm going to have to bring someone else up if you're not going to listen, man. Let me know when you're done giggling. All right, cool. So stop talking.
It's just ridiculous because you know it's wrong. You don't even believe this.
Antenna, you're 100% wrong. Antenna, are you LGBTQ plus?
You actually believe.
Are you LGBTQ plus, Antenna?
No.
Are you?
No.
Wait, okay, so you're not gay. Do you support LGBTQ plus?
Being on his wife, held sexually liable for
Do you
sexual
support?
assault,
Okay, you still talking. I gotta mute you, bro. All right, cool. So once again, Antenna, if we're looking at it overall, just like Clay said, Clay stated out all the facts in the beginning too. The Democratic Party is pro LGBTQ plus. That is fully against life. You can't bring life into the world. So they're anti-natalism. So when it comes to relationships, they're fully against relationships. Like they're like, well, a man and a man can be married. A woman and a woman can be married. A transgender, a person that believes that, he's male XY chromosome, but he believes that he's a girl. Sure, you're a girl. So they even affirm the delusion. So when we're speaking about it in totality and we're speaking about the terms, meaning 6 weeks, 8 weeks, 16 weeks, 24 weeks, 32 weeks, 34 weeks, the full term of the pregnancy, the Republican Party has the lowest term at 6 weeks. So if we're comparing the two, you're moving the goalposts of the point that I'm stating. If we're comparing the two, I would say, and even you know, that the Republican Party is more pro-natalism than the Democratic Party. They're not pro-LGBTQ plus and all of these things. They're just not. They think that's nonsense. Okay, Antenna? So what are you speaking about,
that's
bro?
That's your point. I'm for natalism and you're not because I support murdering children prior to the heartbeat and you support murdering children after.
No, you're incorrect, Antenna, 100%. You support LGBTQ plus, Antenna. You can't even get to a baby. Antenna, with your background and your worldview, people can't even get to having a baby or a true relationship where they can procreate because you believe in male-on-male sex. That's what you believe in, and that's what you want to promote. So your party, the Democratic Party, and people with your worldview is totally anti-natalism. Like, what are you speaking about, Antenna? You got to come up with some better points, man. For real. And then you also got to active listen, because the claims that I made was specifically about the Republican Party and the terms and comparing the two. You tried to obfuscate off the point and say, well, none of them are pronatalism. We're talking about who's more pronatalism.
Okay,
You're unmuted now, bro.
Yeah, so
do you have a question? Because I got a question for you, actually.
Yeah, I think I've addressed enough. Can you address my other things I said? Sexualizing his daughter, sexualizing a little girl, held civilly liable for sexual assault. None of his policies actually support family.
I'll address all of those. You ready? Let me know when you're ready.
Not renting to black people.
Got it. Let me know when you're ready, Antenna. You speak a whole lot, man. I'm gonna have to get you off if you don't shut up, bro. And listen, it got to be order. If you want to
run away, that's fine. If you want to run, it's fine.
No one's running, man. It has to be order.
I understand why you want to kick me off. The Democratic bodied right now. It's fine.
This guy said body. The Democratic Party. You're speaking about all of these things that Trump does, right? The Democratic Party. No. The Democratic Party. We're speaking about both of them. We're comparing the two.
I'm speaking about Trump.
That was.
No,
that was. That's the entire argument. No, that's the entire argument. Okay, so you got to be muted again. So once again, Antenna, we're speaking about all of it. So we are comparing the two. We are comparing the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. We're comparing the two. So since we're comparing the two, you're talking about Trump sexualizing women and stuff like that. Antenna, do you sexualize women?
I need you to answer my question.
You allow women to step on you, Antenna. You get stepped on.
How does Trump support family? How
Antenna, you get stepped on by women.
He was held sexually liable.
No, Antenna, don't run from this. You get stepped on by women. You allow women to step on you, and you get a high off of it, Antenna.
He's talking about me personally in the Democratic Party. Address what I said, Cooley.
But you're for the Democratic Party. And that Democratic Party is for sexual liberation.
He was held sexually
Time
liable
out.
for sexual
The
assault.
entire Democratic Party. The entire Dem Party is about sexual liberation.
See how he's not addressing what I'm saying, Chad? This is crazy.
Cooley, no, it is. Antenna, explain that to me. You just talking to talk, bro. You're just talking to talk. I've already answered your question. You got body about the Martin Luther King thing. No, bro, you got body, man. You got to come up with some better points, man. But I'll have you back on. Don't go anywhere. I'm going to bring up some more people. I'll have you back on. If you can come up with some better points. You guys are listening to. If you come up with some better points, I'll have you back on. This guy doesn't listen. He moves the goalposts off. I mean, he allows women. He doesn't understand these concepts and basic logic because, I mean, he allows women to step on him. Truthfully, go to his Instagram. It's called the boy that gets stepped on. He literally goes to these like Marvel Comic-Con parties, and he sits down and he allows women to get stepped on, and he gets pleasure off of it. And he's talking about, Donald Trump sexualizing women. Bro. I mean, it's crazy. All right, let's bring up some people. We got a lot of people in here. Clay, I'll bring you up, man. I want your audio to be on. I see the chat. Yeah, I see the chat, bro. The chat wilding right now. I see a lot of super chats in here too. I'm gonna get to y'all in a second. Let's go ahead and bring up. Hey, Joe, turn on your camera. We got Kango Kid. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. State your name and where you from.
Man, I'm Kango. I live in Tennessee, but I'm from Chicago. I was just kind of listening to that. That was a little crazy argument, brother. Can you hear me?
I can hear you good, man. Yep.
Yeah, that was a very crazy argument. He was extremely all over the place. And I mean, to me, the bigger picture, if you sitting over here running the campaign based off of bad sexual choices, abortion, and we already in the wrong place. It's supposed to be a Christian-founded country. You know what I mean? We shouldn't even be talking about things like that. It shouldn't even be one of the things that we have to bring up.
Yeah, no, I know what you're saying, man. Yeah, the last caller, that's a guy. He has, weird views. He tried to make a point, but I spoke specifically about some things, and he was moving the goalposts. I spoke specifically about things and where my presupposition was and my stance, and it was regarding the Republican Party is more pro-natalism and pro-family than the Democratic Party, because the Democratic Party has the Dems have the highest termination, the highest limit of termination of unborn children, and the Democratic Party is pro-sexual liberation, and also pro-LGBTQ+. So with that being said, all of those things are death. You don't create family with those things. The Republican Party, they're more conservative. They encourage family and children. So that the points that I'm making is irrefutable. Now you can go off of some stuff and talk about when, when a child is actually when a child is actually considered a child, if it's at conception or whatever it is, and that's a totally different argument. And that's the argument he wanted to move to, but that's off his original claim. His original claim, I even wrote it down. His original claim was his argument was against Trump when it comes to natalism, and that he cheated on his wife, he sexualized some girls, and that he raped a girl. Stuff like that, right?
Yeah,
He's making these little claims that we don't even have any proof of this stuff. And then I checked him on it like, well, Martin Luther King, do you think he's a family man? Oh, yeah, I think so. Okay, well, he cheated on his wife.
To that point, not to interrupt you, but to speak to that point, pro-family is a family first essential item. Like, so for instance, if I'm selfish, I don't believe in having kids, right? You know what I mean? Most women say that nowadays, like, I don't want to have no kids. I'm a little too selfish right now. That's the antithesis of being pro-family, right? You know what I mean? So when it boils down to being pro-family, that means me as a man, I put family first. So it don't matter what I'm doing. Like right now, I'm a truck driver, right? But you imagine that if my wife or my children call me in need of something, that I'm going to put their needs secondary to what I'm doing. You know what I mean? Like, hey, wait, give me a second, whatever the case may be. So with his ideology seemed like it was so young. When you live through it a little bit, you then come up with a realistic voice of reason.
He's a virgin. He don't know anything. Trust me. I debated him 3 times. This was the 3rd time he got washed. He makes nonsensical arguments. He moves the goalposts. He's literally a virgin. He literally allows women to step on him. But I bring him in here all the time because it's always an interesting convo, because his thinking is very tangential. He doesn't think linear. So with that being said, it makes for some fun content. But any other questions, or are you good?
Yeah, I was actually going to speak to something, I had heard you say at one point in time. And I just want to ask a simple question to see where your head is at real quick.
Sure, go ahead, man.
Going back biblical real quick, we're going to try and make this as quick as possible. A lot of people might read the Bible and, as far as what they're told to read, you know what I mean? Like, so if this person say, go look this verse up, look that verse up, instead of just reading it straight through and taking in fact after fact after fact. And what I noticed just upon talking to a lot of people don't even look at Genesis chapter 5, which dictates who Adam's genealogy is. And it doesn't have Cain and Abel inside of the genealogy. So my opinion upon reading is that Adam and Eve, what Eve did with so-called serpent was just a lowlife. It described the serpent pretty well. You know what I mean? Like, you a bottom feeder, you this, you that. You know what I mean? It gave, real description to the type of person that it was by calling it a serpent, right? And what Eve did, to me, in my opinion, she slept with some guy and she tried to hurry up and bring it back to Adam and sleep with him real quick, hence biting the apple, right? You know what I mean? Look, I'm being real.
Hold on, Kango Kid. Everyone has their own interpretation of, the Genesis story, the Adam and Eve story. I feel you, bro. I feel you, man.
Just to close out with this one line.
No, one line. Do you have an act? Because this is debate night. I want to get to some people that actually in here to debate. Do you have an actual question to debate about, or no?
No, I mean, we was talking about what dude said, but that was it. Yeah.
I appreciate the support, Kango Kid. I see you in here supporting, man, but I'm going to get to some more callers that want to debate, man. Have a blessed one.
I appreciate you.
Of course. All right, let's go ahead and bring up Clay, because Clay said, man, he got some receipts. And then we got Jay Rizzo going to bring you up. We got Brian Savory going to bring you up. We got Guru, turn on your camera. We got Rico Dodgeman, turn on your camera. We got AI, turn on your camera. And we're going to get things going. All right, what's going on, Clay?
What's up, man? I had to jump back in real quick. One of my boys, he was calling BS. Are you able to make me full screen so I can overlay my receipts?
I got you, man. And what I do is when I speak, since it's still a delay, echo, I'm going to go ahead and mute you when I speak, but I'll make you big right now. I got you.
All right. Can you see that? Oh wait, hold on. Video. Hold on. Let me hit. Should be eCam. There we go. All right. You should be able to see that, right? Yep. All right. So assuming you can see this, I can't see you right now because I'm showing this. So the dude was calling BS on this. This is the first screenshot. This is the one of two. This is the 2004. This is in January 8th. This is when she swore in. I don't know about you, but I've never seen a Bible in my life be that small and that skinny. I looked up the photo of that. Cannot find a Bible that looks like it anywhere on planet Earth. Next thing was this claim. I wanted to show the first person who actually, broke this news. So that's who this is here. But let me zoom up on it a little bit, and you tell me, does that look like a purse on top of a Bible? Or does it look like what he said, which was, I believe he said it was a bag or some waterproof surrounding that was placed on it? See, here's a problem, man. I sat there and talked about psychological warfare and how y'all get convinced.
So real quick, Clay. Yeah. So what he stated was that it was the photo that you're looking at and that you're talking about. He stated that it was a Bible, one of the Bibles that zip up. Wait, I got you muted. That's what he stated. But go ahead, keep speaking.
Yeah, I don't know if they saw it. So if you're looking at it right here, you can see a Bible. There's a Bible there. So unless you're telling me that they got a purse that looks like a Bible that looks like a purse and then put a second Bible on top of the Bible, why would you have two Bibles when you're swearing in? I don't know about you, but that's a receipt right there. I mean, your PhD doesn't mean too much to me, but he got that too. But this right here doesn't mean, all right. But anyways, I had to show my receipts. I don't like being called a liar. So it is what it is.
I got you. We can see you, Clay. I got you muted right now. You know what? I see he's in here, Dr. Travis Gray. I'm going to go ahead and bring him up, and I'm going to let him speak to this as well. Hold up. All right,
Man,
go ahead.
You got to watch the video so you can see an angle where you can actually see those books. And it is a zip-up Bible. It says Holy Bible on the spine. It says Holy Bible. It is her personal Holy Bible on top of whatever Bible they had. But you see a picture and you're like, oh man, this must be this must be the issue. You see a picture and you kind of like. My whole point was that when people have these strong emotional political opinions. Was I muted that whole time?
No. You're good, okay. Clay. Not Clay. I'm sorry. You good, Dr. Travis. Yeah. But every time you're speaking, I got to mute Clay because it's an echo coming from his end. Clay, let me know. Give me like one of these when you're ready to speak. All right? And Dr. Ready. Travis, he's actually ready. make your claim. Well, let's sum it up. Your claim is that sum up your claim real quick, and then I'm going to bring Clay back up.
My claim is that when people get very emotional in their political position, they start making up things that is not real. That swearing in as a VP is a great example. He just tried to give you receipts that was not real. If you watch the video, you see it directly. You see it from the actual forward angle where you see Holy Bible is written on the spine of that. It looks like a zipped up Bible to me.
Okay, cool. So Clay, I'm gonna take you off mute in a second. I'm gonna bring you up so you can make a response. I'll make you full screen if you have receipts. If you have a video to play, Clay, let me know. I'll make it full screen. Go ahead. You're good. You're unmuted.
Am I full screen? Make me full screen. All right, so the first things first, I made two claims. Let's go through each of them. The first claim I made is that this right here is not a Bible. Now, you notice, just to be clear, he did not address this one. He addressed the other one. What I'm going to do is I'm going to actually expand the size of this just a little bit here. Hold on. All right, I'm going to expand the size of this so we can zoom in. There's two claims. By the way, this was substantiated by CNN and Fox News, which are exact opposites from one another. But, oh, gosh. All right, I just lost it. Hold on. There we go. All right, you tell me, What Bible is this right here? So we'll start with the first one, and then we'll go to the second one. What Bible is this right here that you claim is the Holy Bible? Please tell me the exact version.
All right, wait. I'm gonna bring it back up.
What I heard you say was that when she swore in as VP, she was not using a Bible. She used her purse in between the Bible. That is what you said. And that picture doesn't even tell you anything. You can't even read the spine on that picture. You don't know what that book is. You don't know what it is. You're right. It might not be a Bible. I don't know what it is, but you don't know what it is. So you can't just
let me go ahead and get Clay's perspective real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so like I said, this was investigated by Fox News, CNN, BBC, and it was it was trending online. Everyone, what's they call it on X, community notes, fact checked it as well. They provided a link to the actual video. This is not my opinion, buddy. I pulled this from the news that you trust so much when you hit Google and trusted the very top search result you got.
No,
go ahead. Okay, so.
I watched the video. I watched the video of her swearing in as VP. I was like, that sounds pretty far-fetched. I watched the video of her doing the actual thing. You are looking at headlines.
All right, 1 second. Clay, you was muted. Go ahead.
I said I made 2 claims, one at a time. The first claim I made, and if you didn't watch the full thing, then don't comment on what people say. The first claim I made was that this right here, when she was sworn in, which I've already shown, you guys can go back and look at it again. When she was sworn in to be district attorney, that she requested not to swear in on a Bible. That was the first claim I made. We just showed that, number 1. We just showed that. Do you dispute that? Before we even move on to anything else, do you dispute that before we move on?
Go ahead.
I don't know what that book is. Go ahead, Clay.
Go ahead, Clay.
So if you don't know what it is, why are you commenting on it as a position of authority?
No, I commented on your claim that when she was sworn in as VP, she used a purse in between the Bible, and that was incorrect. I can prove that. Watch the YouTube. I don't need to show a headline. You don't know what that is. You're reading the headlines. You're reading Google. That's what you just told me that I was doing. You said the Google headlines that I believe in.
All right, got you. Clay, I got you muted real quick. We're going to go ahead and wrap this up because y'all been going back and forth. I would say, we're going to get the chat's opinion. I mean, my opinion is, bro, it probably wasn't the Bible. It probably wasn't the Bible, man. That chick, bro, they into some weird stuff. Her husband kisses Joe Biden's wife. They into weird things, bro. So since you into weird things, you allow sexual liberation, you allow LGBTQ+, you don't care about borders, you allow crazy immigration in. If you're already doing all of these crazy things, you probably would put your purse or something else over the Bible when you're swearing in because you probably don't believe in the Bible at all. So with that being said, I mean, I'll have to say, if I'm going to believe anything, keep it no Fugazee, I don't know. But if I had to put my money on it, bro, it's not a Bible. Go ahead, Clay. I'll give you your last words.
Hey, well, I don't want to take the last word if he can't defend himself. All I'm saying is just use common sense, guys. It doesn't have to be some like left wing, right wing. Just look at the photo and just use common sense. Okay, why would you have 2 Bibles stacked on top of each other, one that's supposedly wrapped in some form of what covering, and then a Bible underneath it again? Like, have you ever seen people swear on top of 2 Bibles in that fashion? It wasn't raining. What was the purpose for it covering it? Other than the fact, hey, you know what? If that's what it was, then what it probably was is her demonic self trying not to swear on top of something when she knew she was full of shit. But hey. You guys take it as use your eyes, man, but it is what it is.
All right, Clay, appreciate you, brother. Have a blessed one, man. All right, and to Dr. Travis Gray, I mean, good points. Yeah, it was good back and forth, man. So thank y'all for, hashing that out. I think the chat liked it a little bit, too. The chat Seems like a lot of the chat was agreeing that it wasn't a Bible. Some of the chat was saying that, well, it could have been the New Testament, and that's the Old Testament. So, yeah, I mean, who really knows? But at the end of the day, bro, her policies are demonic. Her values are demonic. So, I mean, I could see why she wouldn't want to be sweared in on a Bible. I could see why Clay's point is valid. Also, it don't really make sense. Like, why would you have another Bible on top of a Bible? Only if it was the Old Testament and then you put the New Testament on there, I could say, okay, that makes sense. But with her values, do you think that she even believes in the New Testament? Most likely not, man. Most likely not. Okay. Yeah, I see you. And Dr. Travis said, all respect, Clay was fun. Yeah, man. Fun combo. All right, chat. Let me go ahead and get some more people up here and have some more sound debates. And let's see what we can get busy on. Crystal, go ahead and turn on your camera. I'll bring you up. We got Marl Extreme. Turn on your camera. And we got AL. Okay, so here's the order real quick. AL, you're up right now. I'm about to bring you up. After AL, we got Brian Savory. After Brian, we got Jay Rizzo. And we're going to try to make these clean and concise as well, too. So if you have a point and you want to debate, bring it up right away. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. State your name. Where you from?
Al. I'm here in Allentown, Cooley.
What's going on, man?
To be honest, I don't lean left or right. I honestly think that we should, as a people, come together and create a new government, as they did in the revolution. To be honest, for real.
Okay, I mean,
I do like some of the certain things that we have here. When they did the revolution, they kept some of the things that the Confederates had, and they made it better. We could keep things that the conservatives have, and we can make it better.
Yeah, I see your point, man. As far as like a third party solution, that's not going to happen. Or create like a new party. It's just not. It's definitely I used to think, how old are you?
Me? I'm 30.
Yeah. You 30?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I used to think of that when I was young, like, it could be like a third party and that can be the solution. Like if we have a third party, but the way the government is set up is just, or what are you saying? You saying that it's not a third party, then we should just fully take over? What do you mean? The people should take over?
It's an entirely new government system.
Okay. Well, I mean, I understand the should claim. But at the end of the day, who would be at the hierarchy of this claim that you're making, and what values would they put out?
The people are the ones that decide. Now, they say the people decide at the moment, but really it's the Electoral College that would decide. So we would be eliminating the Electoral College and allow the people to decide.
Well, that's a democracy. America isn't a democracy. Truthfully, we are a republic. We're not a democracy.
Exactly. But in this case, Donald Trump still would have won because the people chose him.
The people still chose him, for sure. He would have still won. But at the end of the day, the reason why we are a republic is because you can't go based off of the max number of votes, because we can, like, an entire population can be psyoped. We just seen it, like, in 2020, 2021. Everyone was psyoped about COVID, right? And they even wanted to psyop and shame Trump for saying this, the China virus. Like, well, no, it is the China virus. There's so many other viruses, the Spanish flu, all of these other viruses, they name it after the countries. So that is the China virus. But at the end of the day, in order for something like that to happen, we got to think deeply about it. And I mean, it won't happen. I understand it's a hypothetical, like, yo, what if this happened? We would do better. But then when you think about it deeply, it's like, well, who we're going to vote for? You know, their values would have to align with our values.
At the economy at the moment, do you believe we're hitting this economic collapse that they're saying that's going to happen?
I mean, who knows? Who knows? Possibly. With inflation right now, Trump got to do, you know, he got to get to work to try to bring down inflation. It's a lot of work that needs to be done after, you know, Biden and Harris was in office. So we'll see what's up. But listen, man, I'm going to get to some more callers so we can have some debates, bro. Blessings to you, man. All right, we got Brian Savory, welcome to No Fugazee podcast. Where you from? No audio. Can't hear you. Nope, still no audio. Go ahead and get that figured out, and I'll bring you back up. We got Rico Dodgeman. Welcome to No Fugazee podcast. State your name. Where you from? Okay, not speaking. Gotta get yourself together, man. Everyone that's in the queue, make sure your camera's on and your audio is good. We got Jay Rizzo bringing you up. Welcome to No Fugazee podcast.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you good, man. Where you from?
Oh man, I'm calling from Lake County, Illinois.
Okay. What's up, man? You here to debate?
Okay, so interesting. I'm here to debate, but I have more of a question than a debate. So it's in regards to one of your postings that was posted approximately 5 days ago. It was titled "I'm a Boss." And you had the ladies on your podcast, and they had the Halloween costumes on, and you had the one lady who was strictly set on her mind that she did not want to get married. She did not want to have children. She had all of her reasons and everything together and all of her details backing everything up. First, I like the way that you did handle the interaction. So that was big ups, most definitely.
Okay.
But
appreciate
to
it.
get to the point, I did not see the whole entire show, to just be completely honest. But there was a mixture of two hypothetical moments where you had hypothetically where would they choose to be a mistress of a rich king?
Yeah.
And I think a lot of the ladies would have chosen that versus marrying a peasant husband.
All of them chose it. So all of the women on the panel, they chose to be a mistress of a king rather than a wife to a peasant.
Okay. All
Got
right.
it. So
Now
what's your
that
point?
part.
Yep.
Okay. So the second hypothetical moment was when you were presenting them with the opportunity. Well, what if someone offered you 250,000, 500,000, 750,000, and a lot of them were a little more, I guess, reserved, and I guess they wanted to stand on morals and things like that. I think that was part of the argument or the debate at the time. I do feel like where I disagree with what your comment was, I think, is I do think that there is a difference between the two hypothetical situations. And the main difference that I think is with the two hypothetical situations is that if they were to choose to be a mistress of a rich king, they would actually have benefits that would still continue to go on without them having to do too much thinking, as far as if
that
they were to
doesn't correlate.
take the
Real
ones
quick, stop it, Jay Rizzo. That doesn't correlate. So let's make it clear so the audience understands what we're speaking about.
Okay.
So you're referring to a clip that was, I think it was last week that I put out, or a few days ago that I put out. And this was, would you rather be a mistress to a king or a peasant to a wife? All the girls chose mistress to a king. The other question was, right. I said, hypothetically, would you, if you're married to a man and the relationship is good, and if a stranger came and offered you 75,000, 100,000, 750,000, would you take that money and cheat on your man? So, and then that's the difference, right? So now you said, well, I think that it really isn't. You said, well, I don't like the two hypotheticals. The point of the hypothetical is to test someone's logic. So in one hypothetical, they were harping about, they didn't care about loyalty. They were harping on finances. The other hypothetical, they didn't care about finances. They were harping on loyalty, right? So that was the contradiction, because both of the hypotheticals, for one, the first hypothetical, if you're a woman and you're a mistress to a king, you don't have to work. You just get money, right? The other hypothetical, if you cheat on your husband for $750,000, you're not working for that. You just get the bag. You get what I'm saying? Like, you're not putting in that, besides the work of sex, but you ain't even putting in the work. He's putting in the work. So yeah, you don't even work for that. So both of it is finances. But for one, the way they viewed it, they view like, well, yeah, I want to be with the king. I want to be viewed as, I want to be with the top guy. Like, their hypergamous nature came in. Like, yeah, I'll be with the king and be a mistress for sure. The other one, they were like, it didn't sound right. They wanted to give the political correct answer. That's the truth. So they wanted to say, well, no, I'm not a cheater, right? So I'll just stay loyal. The first hypothetical, they weren't cheating. They were the one that was the man was cheating on. There was the mistress. The second hypothetical, they would have to cheat to do it. But money was still the thing. So in one hypothetical, they were prioritizing money. The other hypothetical, they were prioritizing loyalty. But both of the hypotheticals, the substance is the same. It's money. It's free money, meaning that you don't have to work for it, and it didn't correlate. So this is why they contradicted themselves. But which most women do, is because they want to give the politically correct answer. They don't want to seem like whores, bro. That's what I'm telling you.
Okay.
That's why they chose the other one. They didn't want to seem like whores.
I do agree with you on that point, but my point, and it's not that I did not like the hypotheticals. I actually enjoyed. I watch a lot of the stuff that you put out. I do enjoy it. It's great content. But what I think the difference is the security factor. See, if they take the money for the 2 hours, then they still have to think, and they still have to manage that money after that. But if they take the mistress with the king, then things are still provided for them. It's still an easier route. That's what I believe, that there is a difference between the two.
And I would argue this. I would argue that, well, being a mistress to the king is not guaranteed how long that's going to last. But taking $750,000 with having, sex with a man and cheating on your man, well, that $750,000, I ain't going nowhere. You can invest that. You can do many things with it. So we can look at all of these. That's not the point of it, because we know that there are differences within the hypothetical. That's not the argument. And I even stated this on a podcast. But I said the main point of it is that their answers, right? What they prioritize. One, they prioritize finances. The other, they prioritize loyalty. The thing is, if they were truly loyal, they wouldn't be sleeping. They wouldn't be a mistress with the king, right? Get it? So that just don't correlate.
I definitely agree with you on that one. But when I actually was watching the clip, I didn't get enough of what I actually would have liked to. I would have liked to hear you be able to explain a little bit more of that, but the conversation kind of went how it went. But I felt like it was something that would be worthwhile to call in and just to bring up just that, to have an opportunity to just go a little deeper into that. So it's not so much that I really disagree, but I just wanted to present a different angle and just get a little bit of more of your view on that one. For the most part.
Got you. Yeah, I mean, good point that you brung. And thanks for calling in, man. I'm going to get to some more callers, bro. Appreciate the love. Have a blessed one, brother.
Thank you very much, man.
All right, chat. Let me go ahead and get to the super chats real quick. I think they were piling up. And anyone that wants to support the channel, go ahead and send in a super chat. I'm reading only the super chats. I see the chat in here. Y'all going wild today. Y'all showing mad love. Quick thing. Everyone that's tuning in right now on Facebook, we're going to go ahead and close down a Facebook stream. So come on over to YouTube at No Fugazee Podcast on YouTube. Conversation is going to get a little bit more debatey. We got a lot of people in here, and we're going to bring them up and have some real debates. So go over to YouTube and type in No Fugazee Podcast on YouTube. Facebook stream is closing out now. All right. let's see here, what we got next. Instagram. Oh yeah, I'm still live on IG. Dang, okay. IG, we got some people in here. Let's see what IG talking about real quick. This is only about debate. Okay, people on IG, if you're looking at me right now and you tuned in, if you want to go ahead and join the stream, you go to YouTube and click the link in the description. Type in No Fugazee Podcast on YouTube or type in David Cooley, and you can go ahead and join the stream if you're here to debate. Other than that, I'm going to go ahead and close out the Instagram right now. So Instagram is being closed out, and we're only going to be streaming on YouTube. So everyone, come on over to YouTube, No Fugazee Podcast. All right, let's see. Cool, here we go. All right, let's get to the super chats real quick. Got had a couple of them that came in. Thanks for being patient with me, too, on the super chats. Normally, I try to get to them right away. And then once I get through these super chats, I'm going to bring up some more debaters. Hopefully, we haven't had a real debater. I would say maybe the first debate was Antenna. But, you know, it was disingenuous. He kept moving the goalposts. Like, bro, if you want to have a debate on, when we believe a baby is actually born, then we could have that debate. But you were talking about something else, man. So, all right, let's go here. All right, well, where is the super chats? Why can't I see them? Okay, here we go. All right, yeah, we got a lot of super chats that came in. Well, a few of them. All right, we got Nick Merritt sends in $5. 2016, A New Hope. 2020, 2016, A New Hope. 2020, The Empire Strikes Back. 2024, Return of the Jedi. Trump 2024, that is a fact. Return of the Jedi. I like that. We got Warlord sends in $20. I appreciate the support. He said, mind if I make a short out of part of your talk with Mr. Clay? I'll drop your link in the description as well. No problem if you're not cool with it. Yeah, man, go ahead and make a short, man, for sure. We got Nick Merritt again sends in $10. Camilla didn't even show up to her own headquarters last night. After all that money that was endorsed by all those celebrities, she really allowed her feelings to get into the way. That is a fact. She didn't even show up, man. That's like women, man. That's women's nature, bro. For us to get 4 to 6 girls on the podcast, we got to schedule like 20 of them. Because they say yes, but they just don't show up sometimes. It's crazy. We got to schedule 20 girls every Friday to get 4 to 6. They don't show up. It's in their nature. This is why men lead, women follow. It's just the facts. We got Commentary King. Please set up a chat with me and Antenna one day. Oh, yeah, man. We could get that started for sure, man. You and Antenna. I got you. Commentary King, if you in here right now, let me see if Antenna in here. Nah, Antenna not in here. Brian Savory, I'm going to bring you on up. We got Robert, going to bring you on up. We got Daniel Bishop, going to bring you on up. We got BH. BH, turn on your camera. And then Morrow Extreme, turn on your camera. And I'll bring you on up. All right, let's get to it. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Nah, man, I still can't hear you. What the heck? Listen, leave the stream. Like, get out of the link that I can hear you now.
There you go.
There we go.
My dog was good.
What's going on, man? Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Where you from?
I'm from Brooklyn.
Brooklyn. Okay, yeah, I see you got the podcast playing in the back, man.
Of course, man. You know, I gotta represent. You show a little advertising while you advertising. So there's a few things, you know, about the race that happened.
Okay.
Now there's certain categories that some people don't even they have their personal views on it, right? and this may not sound too much of a debate, right? So the things that I usually focus on, right, is leadership styles, economic policy, healthcare, climate control. It could go on forever. So when I look at the person who I picked, one was character. Now, granted, Trump is his leadership styles, he's known for his bold, direct, and sometimes, polarizing leadership style, which is, it caters to certain people.
Yeah, you went with Trump, right?
Yeah. So the thing is with Kamala, she's known for her background as a prosecutor, tends to take more collaborative, traditional approach in leadership. So I would say I'm not mad at the fact that what happened yesterday. The thing is, some people just need to understand, like, look at the bigger picture, right?
Yeah.
When it comes to leadership,
question for you then, man. Did you want Trump to win?
I did not, because of his character.
Okay, you're going based off of character. So you wanted Kamala to win?
Yes, only due to character. Now I looked at some of the policies that I do agree on Trump's side, but like as a representative.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you a question. So if character trumped policy, question for you then.
Yeah.
Is your dad in your life or no?
Yes.
All right. So when your dad was whooping your butt and going to work, you know what I'm saying? Paying the bills, doing things. Let's just say, hypothetically, your dad is a good dad, right? Mm-hmm. Yep. He's paying the bills. He's doing what he has to do. He's putting his duty first. His character, it could be viewed differently from a multitude of different perspectives. Some could say that
from the outside looking in. Yeah, I get
from the outside looking in. Some could say that he's rude. Some can say all of these things about
abusive,
him. But if he's on his duty and he's actually doing his job as a father, we would have to say that, well, you can't really harp on a character of a man because you're young and you have feelings, and your feelings may be just a little different. So now we have to correlate it. You're a grown man. Who gives a freak about someone's character? Like, your boss of these different jobs that you worked for, did you like all of your bosses? No, you still followed their lead. You still told them, you still did what they told you to do. You still respected your boss as long as he was doing what he should be doing, if he was on his duty. So character should never trump policy, because policy gets the job done. Policy pushes the needle forward. Character is all based off your perception.
Yeah, correct.
And we all know that people's perceptions are different based off of your circumstances, where you from. If you were raised in a single mother home and you're more emotional, if you was raised around more masculinity, where it's like, when I get with my homies, we crack jokes on each other all the time. The jokes don't stop. Nonstop jokes. And it's personal jokes. The jokes that you be like, dang, that's crazy, bro. You saying that? Yes, because that's what men do. We're not as emotional as women. So we can take constructive criticism. We can take the heat. So when we're looking at two parties and you got Trump versus Kamala, and you got a person saying that, well, character, I don't like the way he speaks. I don't like how he speaks. I don't like what he's saying. But what he does in his policies, I agree with. My nigga, that's the latter. You go with the policies instead of the character.
Yeah, but it's a total package, though, when you were president.
But no one is a total package.
Well, you got to have some type of character if you want to approach, like, let's just say, networking. Right, if you very bold and not open, then you're not gonna have.
We gotta say his character skills, right? In regards of networking is crazy, because he's a billionaire and he was negotiating deals with Putin and all of these other people and didn't start any wars. We gotta say that his character must be top tier, top of the line. If this dude was doing all of these things, now he's a flawed individual. Mm-hmm. We can say he said many things like grab her by the pussy and all of these other crazy things. Yeah, I mean, god dang, homie said some crazy stuff. I said crazy things, and so did you. Yeah, so I don't think character should trump policy. I think policy should always trump character. But I think that we live in this emotionalism world where men and women is more emotional, and they're so worried about how things are said rather than what the person is doing and what is said. They're too worried about feelings versus truth. But yo, good convo, Brian. I appreciate the support. My man,
hey, always.
Where'd you say you from, man?
Brooklyn all day.
Oh, you're not too far, man. You right in Brooklyn, man. We got a couple New York chicks coming on a podcast this Friday, so tune in, man.
Hey, I know you see the
it's gonna be
chats.
dope. It's gonna be
I'm
dope.
always respecting you.
Appreciate you, brother. Have a blessed one, man.
All right.
All right. Who we got in here? Okay, Daniel Bishop, I see you in. So here's the lineup. Daniel Bishop, you in here. And we're going to make it very concise now. If you are a supporter, you're just here to speak about, give me my kudos. I'm going to give you the floor for a few seconds so you can be like, Cooley, I love you, what you're doing. Great. I'm going to close you because we got to get people in here to debate. Tonight is debate night. It's not praise, no Fugazee, Cooley night, even though I love it and I appreciate it and it's humbling, but we need to get people in here that's down to debate. All right, cool. BH, I see you in here. I'm going to bring you up. So here's the lineup. We got Daniel Bishop. We got Robert. Then we got JJ the Titan. Then we got BH. And we're going to make it quick and clean. So I don't even know if these people are here to debate, but we're going to see. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. State your name and where you're from.
Well, my name is Daniel. Africa.
I think I remember you, man. You the one that had the... Yeah, I could hear you good. You the one that had the girl, and she wasn't
was
listening
going back
to
and
you.
forth the other time. Yes, yes.
She wasn't listening to you.
God
Okay,
damn.
she listening to you
We
now?
had
You
a
got
lot
her on
of-
program?
No, we out. I had to chase her out. I need my peace. I need to work on myself.
Oh, homie. Oh, you done kicked her out. Okay, man, listen.
Of course,
I already knew.
we had to build ourselves. Look, I read the profile. I followed your videos. Okay, I studied about masculinity and how the female be ruling the relationship and the marriage scene. And I've been putting all my best. Okay, I did everything I was supposed to do. She doesn't pay for anything. She doesn't lack anything. I supply, like, I opened a good business for her. Okay, so I wasn't lacking in any form, and I always take care of my child when
And
it
she
was
still
time
couldn't
to
get on
pay the
program.
bill. She couldn't get on program, and she was wasting all my money. She was wasting all the resources that I could put in on her. It was sad, bro.
Hey, Daniel, man, I figured that, let me give the chat a quick backstory. So Daniel, about a month ago, he came on stream just like he does now. You from Trinidad, right?
No, Africa.
Where you from?
Nigeria, West Africa, Nigeria.
Nigeria, West Africa. Okay, Nigeria, West Africa. You came on here before, and didn't you come on here with a girl?
Yeah, I came before with her, but she didn't come online, so I just had to leave her and just say what.
Oh, you just had to leave her. Okay, well, fair enough. Yeah, man. The backstory on that, he came with a chick, and he had some story. I guess the chick wouldn't follow his lead, so now you're saying that you kicked it to the curb. Okay, fair enough. So, Daniel Bishop, you here to speak about something, or what's up?
Yeah, I'm here to speak about the debate be going on. Like, Trump is the man. They could give it to him. But a lot of people trying to follow Kamala and all those things, but they don't know what they're saying. And her agenda is not right. Okay.
I feel you, man. I feel you. Listen, man. Yo, Daniel Bishop, I appreciate the support, man. I'm going to go ahead and get some more callers up here that's looking to debate. Have a blessed one, brother.
Okay.
All right. We got, let's see here. So the lineup again is Robert. You about to come up next. We got JJ the Titan, and then we got BH. So that's the order. Now let's get Robert up. Robert, welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Where you from?
Alabama. Can you hear me?
I can hear you good, man. Talk to me. What's up? You here to debate?
Well, not really debate. I started listening to you maybe about 3 months ago. And one of the things I hear you say all the time is God, woman, and child.
Yeah.
And about maybe 4 years ago, I started studying Hebrew. And I found out a lot of the words that we have in the Bible, they actually are not proper nouns as in the English language, like tell us they're proper nouns. A lot of these are actually verbs and adjectives. And the word God is actually, when I looked it up, they actually mean to genetically destroy and to cut off. It actually doesn't pertain to an entity or a creator. It's something that the English language is anglicized, is an anglicized word that they use. So I just want to point it out. I heard a lot of people use that, and also Just kind of give it a reference. Just in case, two-letter lookup is actually Hebrew, English, Aramaic, Hebrew translation. You can actually put any English word you want, and it tells you what it actually means.
Got it. So you're saying that in Hebrew, God doesn't mean God. I mean, I looked up the meaning of God in Hebrew, and it is God. So what did you say it was?
It's Gada. So in Hebrew, if you go to two-letter lookup, he actually translated about maybe like 15 different languages into ancient Aramaic. And one is pronounced.
Yeah, because the actual language is Aramaic. It isn't Hebrew.
It's Aramaic. Yeah, I mean Hebrew. There's a slang version they use
of Aramaic for sure. So Aramaic. What are you stating?
So like the word God.
Okay.
It's pronounced Gada. It's Gada.
Okay,
Gada.
so you're just saying it's a different pronunciation.
No, it's a translation from the word Gada. So the word God is an anglicized version.
Okay, but what's the meaning? What's the point of this? What's the meaning of?
Okay, so the word Gada, which translates to God in English, it means to genetically destroy or to cut off.
No, not forget about the English. Let's go back to Aramaic and when it was translated to Hebrew. What does God mean?
To genetically destroy and to cut off.
Okay, so to genetically destroy and to cut off.
Yes, cut off.
I mean,
cut off means death. And if you actually look up,
I mean that sounds like an ability that God has. So what's the argument? What's the point you're trying to make?
Okay. So if you actually go on, if you go on Google, right, and type in how many people did God kill?
Yeah, but real quick, Robert, what's the point of this? Do you not believe in God? Like, what's your point?
No. I'm just saying the anglicized word we're using as God is not pertaining to the Creator or our Creator. It's not pertaining to
Okay, so is not pertaining to the Almighty Creator, the divine entity up there. It's talking about something else then?
Yes, it's actually.
And what do you think it's talking about?
So words, names in the Aramaic function as adjectives and verbs. They're actions.
I got it, but what do you think that it pertains to?
It's an action language, and it pertains to what happened. Like if someone do something, it's telling you a story.
That makes sense. Got it. I understand that. Fair enough.
For instance, if you all the names in the Bible, for Abraham, Rebecca, let me see, Esau.
Yeah, I know. I know that names is like when you look and you do. I did research on this, bro. I understand what you're saying, but I'm asking you, like, what's the point of this conversation? I already know. Let me speak to you real quick. I already know the Hebrew language it's much different than the English language. It's like math included into it. So it's all actions, meaning that a name has a meaning of something that you are doing. So it's actions, and actually letters is attached to numbers as well. Everything is attached. It wasn't like separated. So I know this, but I'm asking you, what's the point of this conversation?
Okay.
Like, where's the, like, you spoke about, you hear me always say God over man, man over woman, woman over children. Tonight's debate night. I want to smoke. So what's the point?
Okay. So for instance, these things carry frequencies, right? So the words we use, they carry frequencies. And when we say things, they actually mean things, and it could be negative to what we're saying. For instance, one of the things that they say in the church, right? They say, in God we trust. In God we trust. So if you translate, if you subsidize the word God for destruction, in destruction we trust, in death we trust. So when someone says, in God we come in the name of God, or in God we trust, it's literally saying something opposite of what we think it believe in English. It's the opposite. So someone saying God we trust, mean in death we trust, in destruction we trust. So
got it. So what's the point though? That doesn't prove anything, or it doesn't move away from anything, because you already said that when you say things, it's the meaning behind what you say. Meaning that this is why we all have to ask people, like when I debate these left-leaning liberals, we'll have a word. I'm like, well, what's your definition of the word? What do you think it means? We got to kind of go through that, because their meaning of a word could be something different than what I think it means. With that being said, I understand that words that you use with meaning, intention behind it, has an effect on the physical world. Scientists have already proved it in a multitude of different ways. So there's no argument there. But okay, BH, I'm gonna go ahead and bring you up. Good conversation, Robert. Have a blessed one, man. All right, and then we got JJ the Titan. You up next. Go ahead, BH. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. State your name. Where you from?
Hey, man, my name is Big Hugh. They call me Big Hugh. I'm from Watts, California.
Okay, what's going on, man? Talk to me. You here to debate?
Well, yeah, partially. Not so much because kind of most of the time I take your side on most of the things that you speak about. But I got a question for you, bro. What's your state of mind on how millennials, like the millennial mind thinks? And I'm not sure if you're a millennial yourself or if you're what generation you're from specifically.
I'm 35. I would be in the millennial.
94.
Yeah. So you want my perspective on how millennials think in general?
Not in general, but just as far as like, do you think more of us millennials are on the left leaning side or on the right leaning side, and why?
I mean, I wouldn't say more or less. My observation of millennials and people born around my age, a lot of them were psyoped. A lot of people that's older than us was still psyoped by government propaganda and left-leaning propaganda. So, I mean, do I have a perspective on it? I would say, I mean, I do, but what's your point? Make your point, and then let's get into what you want to speak about.
Okay, well, the point being is this, man. Most people that I grew up with in my class, like I said, I'm a millennial, and I'm born in '94. So, like a majority of my class and the people that I'm rubbing shoulders with as far as my age group goes, they're more left-leaning, and I'm just trying to like figure out why. And I'm not saying that you have the answers, but I just want your perspective on why is the millennial group of generation divided so much. I just want your
Okay, I see what you're saying. You just want my perspective. Okay, I'll give you my perspective. I would say this, man. So the welfare state came about, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, chat. I'm sure my dates is going to be off, but let's just say it kind of came around and where the millennials were being raised. So you have the government giving handouts to people. You have, the government saying, hey, if you don't have the man in the home, I'll give you a check. You had sexual liberation started to happen around this time. You have in the early 90s, hip hop kind of started in the 80s, but 90s hip hop came up. So you had more of the millennials being raised in the early years in the 90s and the early 2000s listening to gang music, right? It switched. So we have a whole lot of different influences that impacted the people that was born in the late 80s and early 90s. So when we're looking at left-leaning, what do they prioritize? They prioritize more feelings they prioritize emotionalism over reality, I would say. They prioritize the victim mindset over the victor mindset. They think that they were impressed and their ancestors were impressed and it's all the white man's fault. But that's just not the millennials. It's many people. It's still even Gen Z think like this because of the propaganda and the misinformation that's out there. But I would say that a lot of things did start in the millennials. So this is why a lot of people are more left-leaning because, they were raised in a single mother household. They didn't have any fatherly guidance. They was raised in the schools and what the history that was taught. We never heard of anything positive in history besides that we were slaves and that the white man was evil, right? They never really showed the true side of things like, well, actually, black people sold y'all. So it wasn't just the white man that came and took y'all, but it was actually your own people that sold you as well. But then when you look at it, it's not even your own people, because Africa is the biggest continent and it has many different countries, many different nations, right? And the genetic code in Africa, it's the biggest genetic, varieties, meaning that it's so many different types of people that is from Africa. So it's not really our people that sold people. What it was is it's competition versus competitor. And I think that how the world works is you have to be a competitor. You have to have the competitor mindset. If you have the victim mindset, you're always going to lack. You're going to vote left. You may make it in life somehow, and become a LeBron James because you have the physical attributes to become something. Yeah, you get lucky. There's some outliers that get lucky, but most of them don't. Anomalies. It's always exceptions to the rule, but those exceptions do not make the rule. So I would say, to sum it up, that's why, people in the 30s and 35-year-olds are, a lot of them are left-leaning.
So would you just kind of like pretty much put us in a bowl of, it's our fault that the next generation is like this? Because
you said
were the main influence behind.
You said, would I say it's our fault that the next generation is like this?
Yes.
I would
Directly,
say that
me and yours, because like you said, you're 30. I'm 94, and you probably 90?
89. Yeah, 89.
Right.
Well, I mean, it's much deeper than just the Gen Zs is on our fault. No, then why did the millennials have the victim mindset? Whose fault is that? Is it our parents' fault? So then you always got to look back. You got to go further back. And when you look at things...
But it's like this, not to cut you off, bro.
Sure, go ahead, man.
I apologize for cutting you off. But it's like this, bro. It's like you said, man, you was raised by a single mother. I've heard you speak multiple times. You was raised by a single mother, and you don't hold that victim mindset in your head as something that you feel like, you know what, since I had a single mother, I'm just going to go ahead and just give up and quit. You know what I mean? You're going to try to redevelop a type of understanding of the world for yourself. Just you know what I mean? Just off of your perspective of how things are going and things like that. So I'm saying to you, like, the people that grew up and understood that it didn't have nothing to do with their parents, as far as the millennial group goes, as far as me and you, like our age group, once we got old enough to understand what it was that we was a victim of or what we overcame, was it not up to us to turn that next generation away from the delinquency that they suffering from now?
Yeah, but it gets more deeper than...
So yes, that's the answer is yes.
The answer isn't... Well, the answer is we can do all we can do to try to stop it. It's too deep now. So just an influence, like how much power do we... Like, it's too much propaganda in the left already, right? So since there's already too much propaganda in the left and in Hollywood, in the media, it's like... it's definitely a battle that has to be fought. But to put it on millennials' fault or another party's fault, I always want to go to the root, because manipulation happens when you focus on the effects instead of getting to the root, right? So the real fault would go to, I would have to say, after Jim Crow, and, during Jim Crow, black people had many businesses. Think about this. After slavery, we had most of the skills. And we were in the labor force. So when it came to building, fixing things, farming, and all of these type of different talents that we had, all of these different skills, the slaves had those skills.
Though, right? Those skills that we had weren't being commercialized, where it was like, hey, the people next door, they're plumbing and they're doing this. You should do it too. There was no commercial that came on TV for things like that, right?
I don't believe so, but that's not what I'm saying. The point is this, right? What I'm saying is after slavery, we were the labor force. The slaves were the labor force. We was doing everything. So that means that we knew, or we had the skills and the knowledge. Now we couldn't read certain things.
Not to cut you off, was it a thing of if you know, you know? Or was it like everybody knows this?
I don't understand what that means.
You just
What do you
said
mean?
that it was an understanding of where we understood where it was like, you know, labor was in effect, and we understood that plumbing and industrialism.
Not everyone
effect,
knew it,
right?
but I'm saying that the slaves were doing these things. So just listen to me real quick, right?
Okay.
So all I'm saying is this: if we're trying to go to the root. No, you're good, BH. If we're gonna go to the root of it, because you asked me a question, so I'm trying to give you the best answer that I can, so I don't manipulate myself and manipulate the audience and yourself. So if we go to the root of it and I look at it, it's like, okay, after slavery, during slavery, we were slaves. So that means that we were doing things. We were the plumbers. We was doing the farming. We was picking the cotton. So we had this knowledge of the labor force. We knew how to work. Right now, we didn't know how to start up businesses and get our paperwork in order and all of these other things because we couldn't read. Okay, there's fine and dandy, but we still knew how to do things. Meaning this, right? For example, if I grew up and my family was fixing cars all day long, then when I grew up, I was fixing cars. And then it's like, okay, you free now. You don't have to fix any cars. Go ahead and do whatever you want to do. I'll be like, well, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to do what I want to do now. But I have a choice. I was like, I have to look at it like this, perspicaciously. I have these set of skills to fix things, to fix cars. But now I'm free. I could do whatever I want. I could work for someone else. I could work for another man. Or I could work for myself, work for the brother man. So what I'm trying to tell you is,
right? But
that wouldn't be nonsensical. It would be is that
would be nonsensical.
I have a service.
You would never do that.
No, listen, man, that's not the point. I have you're missing the point. I have a skill, and my skill is knowing how to fix cars. I couldn't do anything else but fix cars because I was constrained on just fixing cars. Now I'm free in the outside world. I can go ahead and work for someone else, right?
Do whatever you want to do.
I could do whatever I want. I could learn a new skill. I could do whatever I want, right? But now I have the skill. What would I do? I could say, well, a skill that I have could provide a service to someone. So I have to be in servitude to someone to make money. So therefore, I can utilize the skills that I have to make resources from it and build my own, right? It's having a entrepreneur mindset instead of, oh, let me go ahead and work for another man. You get what I'm saying now? So I'm saying the root of why things went astray is because niggas was beta. Niggas got free. And yeah, they had some stuff. We had, we had Black Wall Street. Time out. We had Black Wall Street. We had a lot of things that the black man did that was great. KKK came in, messed it up. The government was involved in it. We had Jim Crow. We had segregation. We had redlining. We had all of these things. But the main thing is we didn't value ourselves and the skills that we brought to the table. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So if we look at the root of it, we tried to always go another route of getting a handout from someone else instead of coming together as black people. We didn't never come together. So the root of it is still black people. We didn't come together and say, okay, you got this skill, you could do this, you could do that. Let's go ahead and build. We did it to a degree because we had Black Wall Street and a few of these things. Like we had own laundromats and some movie theaters, but it was still small. It wasn't a whole lot, but we were still doing good. But then something happened after like the 50s. And then after Jim Crow, and things weren't segregated, we wanted to integrate. After integration, right?
Oklahoma.
Got it. Fair enough. All of that. I already admitted to that. After segregation, we integrated. And when we integrated, we said, forget about these businesses and these own skills that I have. I want to go ahead and eat at the white diner. I want to go ahead and go to the white movie theater instead of using these skills that we have to come together. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
I understand. So are you saying that the fact that they intimidated us, because they successfully intimidated us through the Oklahoma situation and things like that, where they bombed us randomly and all of these different things. And my question would be, do you think that it was progressive for us to adapt the mindset of the victims that got taken over by the bombs that dropped and all of these things.
No, bro, we jacked up. We had Black Wall Street, but we didn't prioritize the things that we need to prioritize. When you build something, you need to prioritize military. No, I get what you're saying. But what I'm saying is, like, when we built Black Wall Street and we built some infrastructure in the Black community back in the 50s and stuff, we didn't prioritize protecting what we built. If we prioritize protecting, my nigga, we was the ones in World War II, World War I, we was building the guns anyway. We had the skills of all of it. So we should have prioritized whatever we built, even if we built a mile. Okay, we built this mile, let's protect it to the core. We got 4 men over here, 10 men over here. We're protecting our city, right? We're protecting this small little thing that we built. And as it expands, our military expands as well. So as infrastructure expands, the military expands. Protecting and providing expands. And I think that we didn't see it on that bigger scope. We just was like, oh, well, we're out here and we're doing good and we getting some money.
Us so dumb where we can't see it.
I mean,
so we can't do the same thing again in our next generation, and I won't pass that down to my sons. I don't have any kids at the moment, but what is it going to take for me to not pass that same mindset to my sons and my kids, and not just for me, for anybody else watching?
Yeah, man. Be the best version of yourself. So be the best version of yourself.
Just be the best version of yourself. And what I'm saying is, as far as like, masculine, assertive, a provider, security, all these different things. You know what I'm saying? As far as what being a man emulates, there's nothing else that we can do but just do those things, and everything will be good. We don't have to worry about.
No, that's not what I'm saying. So you got to listen too, man. So what I'm saying is be the best version of yourself. But not only that, you got to understand that influence creates thinking, thinking creates behavior. So we're saying that, well, how can I protect me and mine, like my family and the next generations to come? Well, it's what I'm doing here on this podcast is influence. I'm an influencer. Never thought I would be an influencer, but I'm influencing everyone now. So at the end of the day, everyone is trying to influence. You got the liberals trying to influence the masses. You got the conservatives trying to influence the masses. So that's how it goes. What'd you say?
I need to do this. We all need to be. Do we all need to be influencers? Not to cut you off, bro. I apologize.
We're all influencers to a degree. Yeah, man.
Right. We all are influencers to a degree. But do I need to come out with a YouTube page, and do I need to come out with all these things?
Is that if that's you did for me to not at all, man? If that's not your purpose, man, you don't have to do it at all. If that's not your purpose, you don't have to do that.
But should I do it? That's the question I want to ask. Should I
be an influencer? No, man. You should. Your purpose is something you should find on your own. You could be a plumber, right? And you can build a family, and you can influence your family based off the values that you embody right there. And then from there, you can vote in your community and influence the community. And from there, you can give to nonprofits and influence there. So you can do a lot of things. You don't have to be an influencer or be a millionaire or be the big dog. You can get things done and be a masculine man making $60,000 a year. Money doesn't make the man. The man just makes the money. So there's a lot of different values that men embody that he doesn't have to be like, oh, I want the spotlight. Oh, I want this. Nah, man. But listen, bro, I'm going to get to the next caller, bro. I appreciate the support. Have a blessed one. All right, cool. I think it was a little echo in that one, too. All right, cool. We got Commentary King in here. He came up. All right, let's see here. Oh, JJ the Titan. Let's bring you on up. And then we got, who's that? My son. Okay, my son gonna bring you on up too. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. State your name. Where you from?
What's up, David? I'm Josh from Dallas, Texas.
Josh from Dallas, Texas. You here to debate?
Yeah. Well, I actually agree with you a lot when it comes to Trump. I voted for him myself.
Okay.
But I always hear people going back and forth about what Trump has never done. But the First Step Act was passed under Trump, right? It released hundreds of blacks that were, it was the first criminal justice reform that was mandatory. The Second Chance Act didn't do it, and that's the only thing that's really happened in 70 years. I don't understand. Yeah, sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. You could go ahead and ask your question.
I don't really understand why people have the belief that nothing happened under the first Trump administration when it clearly did.
Yeah, man, propaganda. They were psyop. Yo, let me see a T-shirt. That's Vegeta?
Yeah, of course.
My man representing
I'm 36,
Dragon Ball Z.
so I get it.
Nah. I watch Dragon Ball Z. I like Dragon Ball Z. That's what's up, man. Yeah, man, propaganda, and they've been psyop. That's what I would say. But you got any actual questions or a debate thing, something you disagree with? Because today debate night, I want to get some people up.
Nah, that's good enough, bro. Just
all right, brother.
If anybody
have a blessed one, man.
brings anything, fight it back. Keep going, bro.
I got you, man. Have a blessed one. Good point. Okay, Commentary King, I see you in here, man. Let's see if I can get some more people in here that's trying to debate, man. Okay. My son, go ahead and bring your camera on up. And then we got God Motivates People. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. State your name. Where you from?
God Motivates People. I'm out here in North Carolina.
What's going on, man? Talk to me. You here to debate?
Yeah, I am actually. I want to play a little bit of devil's advocate real quick. And honestly, I think that you might be doing a disservice for men in the future, maybe like 3 to 5 years from now. And the only reason why I say that is because I think you're giving out too much game to the females that come on to your podcast. Actually, nah, for real. Like nah, for real. Like if you think about it, because I think females be watching the podcast. I think they be tuning in. They don't say nothing. They're not the loudest ones in the room, but they're paying attention. And I'm starting to see a swift of energy kind of going on around. They saying talking points that they shouldn't be saying.
I mean, yeah, man, I could say that. I wouldn't say that that's, I would say men and women are better than we are apart. So if women can be more educated on this type of content and understanding the male and female differences in between biology and psychology, the only thing it'll do is help them out. Now they can use it to abuse it, just like men can use the things that I say to abuse it. Like I say many things about the male's nature I say many things about the female's nature that's given gems to men that they can definitely use it and rack up some numbers, as far as body count and being sexually active with women. They can abuse that. But then I say many things about male's nature where women can use it, meaning that they can be like, oh, men are this simple? Okay, let me just act this way so I can get what I want. So both parties can utilize it to do some evil. That's all. It's always going to be like that when you're giving information, right? But the thing is, at the end of the day, that's why I incorporate a higher belief like God and some religious backing. It's like some morals. It's like, yeah, you can do this, but should you do this? So I would say overall, I mean, you speak truth. They can do evil, good and evil with it.
That's very fair.
Yeah.
But still.
He said, but still, man, you giving too much game. You got to chill.
Because like you have a video I haven't watched yet, but I keep seeing it. I mean, I wish I would have watched the first before I came up here. But it was basically, the title had basically said like she's her mom and the son at this point. I'm his dad and the mom at the same time. And I didn't watch that one yet.
Okay.
So, but just going by the title, I'm already assuming she was going back and forth with you. And in that 30-minute video, I'm pretty sure you gave out a bunch of good information that females can use. Now, I'm not saying that they shouldn't have access to it. I'm just saying that what you're doing, good, great. I like the morals you give off. The God thing that you do, fantastic. But at the end of the day, I think in 3 to 5 years, it's really going to flip and it's not going to look good.
I think it'll be different, man. Sure. I think about it. I think part of, and even the CIA and the government knew about it because I speak to many men in this space. They knew that this type of content, red pill, manosphere type content, they know that this type of content, it turns men more conservative and make them vote more conservative, give them more of a conservative mindset. So with that being said, that's better than having a liberal mindset and pedestalizing women and living in delusion land and paying for sex and doing all of these other type of degenerate, nonsensical behaviors where nothing good comes from it. So I would say that in 3 to 5 years, man, putting out this content, it's only going to get better. I think about this. I only been doing this for a year and a half. I'm probably about to be going on 2 years in like a few months, but Fresh and Fit been doing it longer than I have. Before Fresh and Fit, 8 at the Table they haven't really, they a little bit more blue pill, but they've been having male and female conversations for since like 2018. You got Kevin Samuels. I think he was even doing it before Fresh and Fit. You know what I'm saying? Speaking the truth to women and stuff like that. And then you even giving them some gems. And I think if anything, it showed women like, yo, if I'm out here and sexualizing myself and doing the most, like, okay, guys isn't really going to take me seriously. On the flip side, you got other women like Jasmine Jafar. She'll fully take advantage of it. She'll fully create, she's a lawyer, but she'll fully create an OnlyFans account and rack up money off of simps, right? Because she knows the nature of men. So what I'm saying is things, as long as you speak the truth, you can't control what people do with that truth. So with that being said, it's like, it's really no argument.
Nah, I disagree.
He said, nah, man, don't speak the truth. This guy's...
I'm not saying don't.
So you saying the opposite. You saying don't speak the truth.
I'm not saying that either, man. That's why I said play devil's advocate. I like what you're doing. It's just that I seen people from my lifetime always use good things and turn it into bad things. And I'm basically saying the women who are going to use her for good, I'm not talking about them. But it's more women that want to, it's more people in general that wants to do bad things and good things because they feel though the bad thing is easier to do faster. And they think that good things takes a little longer to accomplish.
Normally.
So with that being said, like your podcast is great. It's just that when I'm watching, I'm seeing you brought up Fresh and Fit. First of all, like Fresh and Fit is cool, but they got too many holes in their system. It's flawed.
I mean, that's not my perception of them. I'm in a small town, so it's totally different. I'm in a small town, and for me to sometimes even to get girls on a podcast, they're traveling. Like I have girls that travel from South Carolina, Florida, California, Canada, all over. But then the tri-state area where I'm at, girls normally got to drive like an hour normally to get here. They're in Miami, man. Girls just pull up 5 minutes away. Oh, you right over here. Okay, I'll be there in 15 minutes. So it's much different. They can get all types of women. Then they're in a big city, so they get all types of different women on. But even that podcast and many others, I mean, you see it doesn't matter. Generally speaking, it doesn't matter. It's because feminism took over. So even if the chick has a bachelor's degree and she's a scientist or a doctor or a lawyer, if she's a feminist, bro. That means that she doesn't think that women should follow men. She thinks that, oh, I'm independent. That means that she thinks that we're equal. So they still have these core baseline beliefs that still makes their viewpoint and their worldview it's nonsensical. It doesn't make any sense. You get what I'm saying? So it really doesn't matter. You could say, oh, this podcast get these type of girls, but they get things different. No, Fresh and Fit, I'm sure they have many smart women on the panel before. But normally, right, and me too, normally the smart girls I have on, bro, they be quiet. They don't really say too much. They be chilling. They be the hood rats and the ones that ain't too smart that got a whole lot to say. So those are the clips that go viral.
But that's more like what I'm referring to. So you're the quiet ones who's not really saying too much, taking in all information. So not for real. So let's say this, right?
Harping on that.
What if feminism decided to, level up and take all the red pill talking points and use that like for their actual agenda? You don't see that actually being a problem and actually giving feminism extra leg up to what they're already doing already?
Nah, man, they can't use the talking points. You could say whatever, but they can't, bro. Like I be on these blue pill podcasts, man. I've been on a blue pill podcast earlier, bro. They believe in egalitarianism. They have a feminist mindset. They're like male feminists, bro. They are not like. the thing is, they may have a high IQ. Like some of these feminists has a high IQ, but they lack an aperture, meaning that there's more to just IQ, but you need some aperture as well, where it's like IQ is you can focus in on a particular, point or a particular task of what you're doing. You could fully laser focus in and you block everything else out. And then you'll be quick. So speed would come into that and a lot of other things would come into that. But aperture is like broadening that scope out. So meaning that you can focus in on something, but also focus in on something else just as much at the same time or go back and forth between another. That's what they lack. That's what a lot of these higher IQ people, they lack aperture. So these feminists, they could know all of this information and focus in and even come up with all of these nonsensical, weird ideas. But it's like, okay, well, think about the other side. Nigga, men were just different. But go ahead.
So you think they basically won't have the common sense or the wisdom to actually apply and use the knowledge that they're actually getting?
Yeah, they won't. Nah.
Fair
Most
enough.
of the feminists can't. Yeah, they only see one way. They can't see the full spectrum. For an example, right? Because I'm just speaking and most people won't understand what I'm saying. So let me give an example. Let's just use police brutality, right?
Okay, all right.
So it's a cop, and that cop, he goes ahead and he needs to protect a girl. He needs to protect someone, and he sees something, a fight happening. A knife is coming out, so he has a split-second chance to either shoot the person with the knife or let that other person with the knife stab that other person. It's like, freak it, this is someone that's feeling to commit murder and harm someone else. Let me get out my gun and let me shoot him. He kills this girl, right? Mm-hmm. The media goes crazy. Well, this cop deserves life in prison, take away his badge, all of these other things. They never thought about the things that I just spoke about the cop. Like, he has to protect someone. His duty is to protect and serve. His duty is to stop harmful things from happening. Harm was about to be done to someone else, and he stopped it, which means that he actually saved someone else's life. But within saving someone else's life, I mean, it's cause and effect. The effect was he actually took someone else's life too. But the life that he took was someone that was trying to harm someone else, not someone that was innocent and trying to just hug someone else or trying to just, give someone a gift. No, they were trying to murder someone. So I say that that's aperture. You can look at the victim and cry victim, like, oh, okay, the victim. But aperture is like, well, let's broaden the scale and let's look on the other side, right? Well, what was this person? And it even comes with George Floyd. It's like, okay, the cop was doing his job. He put his knee on his neck. But what was George Floyd doing? Homie was in the store about to steal. He gave some fake money, right? So gave some fake money to the person. So he was already in the wrong. Got it there. Then we could say, well, what was the cop doing? Well, the cop was trying to protect and serve the community. He got a call. It's this person in the neighborhood giving fake money. Let me see what's up. So it's like, and this cop has a family at home that he needs to go to as well. And his job is to protect and serve. The liberals, they don't even think about the other side. They only focus and pinpoint in on the victim. And they do a great job at it. Most black people was in a victim mindset at one point, myself and I. So I know where that thinking and being a high IQ person, where it, the effects of it and what it causes. But go ahead, man.
Man, I got you. You make a valid point. I have nothing more to say. I'm not going. I'll take the L. I'll be back.
He said, "Nah, no, L wasn't really a debate. It was,
I
casual convo.
Nah, I came in for a debate, and then you kind of put my point to the wayside. But it's fine. It's okay. I'll be back with a better one next time. But and Carrie, I enjoy. I'm gonna keep watching. It's just amazing to watch.
All right, God motivates people. Have a blessed one, man. Okay, chat. We live right now. Everyone that's tuning in, go ahead and get the likes up. Don't be a ninja watcher. Go ahead and like the podcast. I mean, it's 10. We got a lot of people in here. I guess I can give you another hour. Maybe see if we can get a debate up. Share the podcast. And I know it's some haters in here too watching. Haters that's in here. Don't be scared, bro. Click the link. It's the first link in the description to join the channel. Click the first link in the YouTube description. You can join the channel. We can speak about whatever you want. We can debate about any topics. Brian, I see you in here. Turn on your camera. Commentary King. You good, man? Commentary, or you want to come up? Want to come up? Got it. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast, man. No audio. I can't hear you. Jay, I see you just came in. Hey, Jay, turn on your camera. Make sure your audio is on, Jay. You got Brian. Turn on your camera. Make sure your audio is on. We got Danny. Turn on your camera. Make sure your audio is on. Commentary, I still got no audio from you. I'm going to put you back in the queue until you come up. Until you get that figured. Just message me when you got that figured out. Jay, camera on. Danny, turn on your camera and I'll bring you on up. Let's go to the super chat, see if we got anything. I don't think we got anything else that came in, but let's check. Let me see. Okay, cool. Yeah, we got a few super chats that came in. We got Lord Geotron. He became a member to the gang. He said Trump winning the election wasn't a win for him. Trump winning the election is a win for the American people. That is a fact. We got Joshua Jackson sends him $5. The thing is, no one talks about the First Step Act 2018. People are quick to say Trump did nothing, but at the end of the day, they ignored that. That is a fact. And I know you called in and said that. We got a Keno Dodgeman. Welcome to Mob Ties, bro. He joined at $25 tier. I appreciate the support. You are locked in with us. Hit us up via Instagram and we'll bring you on up. We got the Raging Tomato sends him $5. Checking out the scene and saying hello. Hey, Raging Tomatoes, I think my team reached out to you. That name sounds familiar in regards to, I know you are a debate channel as well, in regards to you bringing in, I guess, doing like a collab, I guess. So if you can go ahead and click the first link in the description, Raging Tomatoes. If you have some people that want to debate or if you just know people, bring them in. Tell them to join. I'll definitely welcome them on up. All right, we got Swagging with the Goo. Welcome to No Fugazi Podcast. State your name. Where you from?
Go, man. What's going on, Coley, man?
What's going on, man?
Swagging with the Go, man. Originally from KC. But just for my debate initially is because, again, the election.
Okay.
My biggest concern is additionally, man, why is so many black people, I guess, obviously, thinking that Trump is actually going to help, especially with the situation that we're dealing with. What makes them think he would be a good president when a lot of this stuff is because of the previous president? Okay,
so you're saying that what makes people think that Trump is going to help because a lot of the things that's happening was when he was in office. A lot of things that, the current party is dealing with, the current people in office, Biden and Harris, is because, he kind of left the economy like this. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, for the most part, Cooley, because a lot of times as well, you notice that a lot of this previous presidents is dealing with the previous president's status, not versus the current status.
Okay. I'm going to bring some more people up, too, since we got more people in here. Commentary King, your audio good?
There we go. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you good, man.
There we go. Sorry about that. I was hoping that you would get some type of challenge today or tonight, but after listening to Antenna struggle to stay silent for more than 30 seconds, I already knew exactly.
Yo, my bad. Yo, Antenna, man, he's a character, bro. And then he tried to keep, you seeing what he was doing. He kept moving the goalposts away from the point. I was like, bro, that's a different debate. That's a different argument. You want to debate about this, so stay here.
I kind of understand, what he was trying to get at, but it was painful. But yeah, go ahead. I'm gonna just stay quiet and let y'all.
Nah, you good. I brung you on up because this conversation may interest you. So, Swagging with the Goo, you stated the point, and you're pretty much saying that the is no point of having Trump back in office because what he did when he was in his last 4 years. That's part of the problem currently right now. I would say I don't really think that way about it. I understand, the time frame of things. But yeah, I would say I don't agree with it. What's your point next?
Well, my biggest thing is what has he done initially or different than any previous president? I feel like based off just stats, he's not only raised, I would say I would say our debt issue as a whole. But in general, I mean, he's against minority as a whole in general as well. So it's kind of like it's kind of tough because I'm feeling like, you know, with black people, it's kind of give you that Uncle Tom vibe initially, just to kind of hear. And again, I mean, I listen to you all the time, man. But just in general,
Yeah, I mean, well, he did the
thing
First Step Act, like Joshua said, which was big. There were no wars under Trump. There was wars under every other president. There was no inflation going on. You could say that, oh, well, maybe that was under. Barack Obama created this good economy, and Trump just adopted the economy that Obama created. You know, maybe we can give some credit to that. So we can give some credit to that, right? But not too much of it. But yeah, man, Trump did many things. His policies are just better. Bro, it's much deeper than its policies, yes, but then it's the values that some of the policies embody. So like, what's your thought? So you voted for Kamala. Let's make it clear. You voted for Harris. Yeah.
I think you already know that though.
Okay, cool. You voted for Harris. All right. So are you in a relationship?
Absolutely.
Are you the head of your wife?
Yeah.
You the head of your woman?
Yeah. Cool.
But you got to ask these questions when people vote for Kamala. You like, God dang, do you have an XY chromosome? But look, I'm messing with you. But the reason why I have to ask these questions is because the Democrats is so left leaning and so out of this world when it comes to the things that they tolerate. When someone votes for Harris, I'm like, bro, do you have an Adam's apple? I need to see. Like, we gotta you gotta identify yourself because they're going with all of these different genders now. Like, bro, I need to know, who are you?
But I don't know if you want the answer to that, Cooley, at all from anybody, but especially if you've been on TikTok. But I will ask. So, just if we're talking about what's great for, let's stick with black men. So, out of the last 3 presidents, which one has signed into law a bill that helped criminalize young black men?
Do you feel like he did that to kind of lean his way in regards to him supporting KKK as well?
No, I know
where you're going with it.
Yeah, the super predators, right? So all 3 of us here know about the super predators, law that got signed in, and quite a few people signed it, in fact. So if we're looking at who harm specifically black men most, then can we say Trump, or can we say Biden, or can we say Obama? Right? If we use that as a metric. I personally abstained. I didn't like any of the candidates, so I just said screw it. But if we are going to be completely fair, right, we can bring up the Central Park 5 for Trump, but the Central Park 5 is 5 guys versus an entire generation of black men that are negatively impacted by legislation. So if people want to really stay consistent in their hatred of white men who do bad things to black men, why didn't we see that type of animosity towards Biden?
Well, is that the same thing in regards to initially why we even voted for Obama as well?
We voted for Obama because he's a black man that was supposed to open up doors for us, not because we knew who he was prior to them ascending him to that position.
Did he not put in things in play that eventually, as soon as Trump got into office, he instantly removed them as well?
Well, sure. I mean, every president does that when they change administrations if they have a different party, except for the things in the last 2 years that still technically have to be put into place.
Now, you think about it, who actually has the highest level of, like, I would say just leading to debt compared to Trump, because he didn't lower it at all.
But I don't think any of the recent presidents have since we had a surplus under Clinton. I don't think any of them have actually made a significant dent in it, to be fair. And I don't think that any American really expects us to make a dent in it until we dramatically make some changes to our economy and probably reduce our need for imports, especially from places like China.
Now, I can't speak for you initially. Obviously, Cooley, this man's 6 figures in. So again, I'm not at that level yet. I don't know if you are personally.
No.
But if you think about the masses as right now, he's supporting more of the the business owners, the well endowed people versus again initially the common man like me and you. So you think him raising the taxes on you right now is going to benefit you to elevate or even bring yourself up to the next level when you're paying more in taxes and putting you more into, I guess, debt in general?
If my taxes are actually going towards projects that I align with, I don't
Your
mind.
values align with. Yeah, that's what I said, man. It's a value thing too. Like it's policies, but it's values that you have to incorporate in it. But I'm sorry. Go ahead, Commissary King.
No, I was going to say. So, do you personally enjoy having what people now call Obamacare?
Well, I didn't really utilize it myself, but do I see the benefit of actually helping others who's not always financially secure as well? Because it sounds like, again, do we leave the poor and the people who cannot afford all these different high healthcare? Because healthcare is steady rising as we speak. I mean, you think about it, they pump us with so much stuff. Think about there's so many call outs on so much food that we're eating now. This is a benefit to the pharmaceutical companies and as a whole in regards to this. You know what I'm saying? So I kind of look at that as a big factor as well.
Right, but what administration pushed universal health care that you claim is actually negatively impacting us?
Concede, bro. Was the who
I mean,
it was.
I agree with you to a certain degree, but I mean, there was only one political party that I'm aware of that actually pushed that.
Well, I mean, I haven't did my research initially on that per se. I just feel like initially, a lot of times this comes from the Republican aspects to me more than me.
You're close, actually. It was originally called Romney Care. Mitt Romney originally pushed it for his state, not the entire country. It was then scrapped because it was unpopular, and then the Obama administration took it up, and that's why it gained the moniker of Obamacare, because it had previously been owned and partially written by Mitt Romney. Believe it or not.
Do you believe that we don't need health care?
No, I think we do. We absolutely need a modernized healthcare system. Now, do we have the capacity or the structure to have universal healthcare? Probably not. Probably we would have to set up, at least initiatives to pump in more physicians or paraprofessionals into the medical field, and then find a way to fund these endeavors to begin with. Not to mention the capacity that some of our facilities will have, especially states outside of like Texas, because we have tons of like really weird urgent cares and ERs everywhere. But if you don't have that and then you overburden the medical system, well, we've seen what happens in COVID, right? So if we try to, use the European system without having that infrastructure, we're going to be in trouble. People will get seen, but will that be quality care? Will that increase nosocomial infections? There's so many other factors that people don't consider, but they want to try and be progressive and they want to try and be cutting edge and they want to try and keep up with the Joneses without understanding that poses a certain type of risk.
Solid point. Initially, one of my biggest concerns as well, especially with so many other countries and even Canada having free health care, there has not been yet one president, including Trump as well, Obama, or even Joe, that's even taken those initial steps to even ensure that everyone is properly taken care of. I think that was one of my biggest things. Again, I am for the people. Again, I respect the businessman and the person trying to be an entrepreneur, but at the same time, a man steady moving up the ladder, I'm still for the people as well. So that's why I kind of land more towards Kamala in regards to her having a little bit more direction towards providing for you versus, again, the one percenters in regards to the millionaires.
Okay,
they make promises, man, but the promises, they never come through with the promises. So the Democrats, they play identity politics. They make all these promises, but none of those promises, none of them dreams come true, man. I would say that, there's many different ways. And Commissary King, I appreciate you for coming in with the facts too, man. That's why I let you come in here. I'll let you do your thing. But I want to ask the brother a quick question so we can get into more of, his epistemology and stuff like that. So, you voted for Kamala, right? And my first question is for you. You think, I'll say this. I'll ask this. You really think a woman can be leading the free world?
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
First, answer that question. Unless your question can answer the question, I'll do that.
I'm gonna start off with yes, of course, and I'm gonna follow up with this.
Okay.
Your mom, hold on. I'm gonna ask you just in general, or both of you guys. Do you find your mother as a strong black woman, or even a strong woman in general?
She's just a woman.
Is my mother?
Do you feel like she? I mean, see, Coley, he's actually, falls into that I can say that statistic, but that focus in regards to a mother taking those steps in regards to at least taking those steps of raising a man. Obviously, she can't make you a man, but at the same time, look where you stand right now, though, Cooley. You gotta give her at least props to that. Despite your brothers and your uncles helping out,
it's
factor in that though, bro.
Yeah, that's not what you asked the question and I answered the question directly. I'm not saying that my mother didn't play a huge part in, raising me, of course. But manhood, being a man, it takes another man to make you a man. Or if not, you have to discover it on your own. So it's two ways you discover it. There's two ways you become a man. Either on your own by discovering it, which is very hard, meaning that you'll bump your head, you'll make many mistakes. You'll fall down, have to get back up. Many mistakes you'll make. Or you have a man that can an example of a man that can give you some guidance and lead you in the right direction. Someone where you can look at that has some manly, masculine values and traits embedded into him. And then you're observing that and you're soaking it all in. And that man is actually giving you guidance, meaning that's where wisdom comes from. Like smart people, they learn from their own mistakes. Wise people learn from other people's mistakes, right? So sometimes you need to have a man so you even see your father make some mistakes like, I don't really want to do these mistakes, right? So my mom, she only got me, all mothers, they only get a child to adulthood. They get them to an adult because they have these certain values that, teach you to be kind, teach you to be nice, and, all of these things. Some of them are even virtual things. They're good. We're not saying that mothers have no purpose on a planet. No, mothers do. But to be a man is more than just the things that your mom taught you. The reason why is because women don't live in the world that men live in. It's two different realities. The woman world is more coddled. Even though you could say our moms are strong black women, they've been through a lot, it's still a different world than the man's world, right? Different world than the man's world. So with that being said, there's certain things that they can't teach us. There's certain things that they don't even comprehend or understand to even know.
So even with that, and I think that's a valid point, but at the same time as well, somebody, again, very highly educated, raised herself, been through things, and you thinking that she couldn't have a cabinet of people, or again, even man around her that can even help her even make some of those additional important decisions.
You talking about the woman that hawk-tooed her way to the office? Man, she didn't really. We really don't know we don't know if it's merit based. We don't really know if her accomplishments is based off of merit, right? It could have been based off of sexual promiscuity. That's what the word is in the town, right? On the streets, she got there because she was slogging things and hogging things, man. So at the end of the day, we don't know. But the point that I'm making, and the reason why I asked you that question, right? Because I want to know, like, as a man, you got a family or no?
No, just me and my girl.
Don't got a family, just you and your girl. Cool. And you said that your girl views you as the head over her.
For sure.
Meaning that you don't gotta be like, hey, baby, I'm about to go here. What you do? You see? I wonder why you... See, this is what I'm talking... I want to get to your thinking. Like, I debate a little bit different. Commentary King is an expert because he reads a whole lot of books and he got the facts. But what I got is male and female intersexual dynamics based off biology and psychology. So, yeah, but brother... You speaking about some things, you said that, well, if you want to make a decision, you kind of got to ask her. Why do you have to ask her?
Do we not? Cooley, we all, even though you have your girl on commentary, you may have your girl, you still have to sometimes follow up communication.
So as a person
I get my girl,
in the longest relationship, I want to speak on this. So
go ahead, commentary.
I've been married, I think 14 years now. Okay. So
compromising is okay, but that wasn't the question. Go ahead, commentary.
I think we need to qualify what happens. So So every relationship, people make executive decisions. I don't need to ask my wife if I have to go get gas in my car, right? And she doesn't need to ask me, right? But there are certain things that, as a couple, that affect the household, right? That will have to be done at a certain point. Since we're a dual income household, right? She has a near equal say as to what happens, right? Especially with major financial decisions. That being said, if she were a stay-at-home wife as she was before, she did not want to be involved in that sort of thing and understood that, you know what, if I'm bringing in the money and I'm leading the direction of the household, then that is simply my role, and she trusts me to fulfill my charge, right? So I think that that's a huge difference in mindset and in the situation, because now it's more of a partnership, because she is now a contributing member of the society, within our micro society financially. Not to say that her being a stay-at-home wife was not contributing, it's just in a different manner. But financially, since she is now, we make almost the same, right? Now you get to have a higher say. And so I think it is in that sense, it's merit-based, rather than saying I was born with a vagina, fear me, and I just get, this authority because some idiot on the internet said so and made a meme. No, that's not how reality works.
Now, commentary, I love all the big words, but the biggest thing I can say, you wouldn't been a woman for 14 years if she ain't told you, hey, we ain't doing that. There's always been one of those. I mean, it's just in general, even of us being the man that we are, there's times that a woman puts her foot down, you like, all right, baby, I love you, but I got you.
Well, yeah, she really wants something for dinner, and I got a hankering. I mean, I'm gonna just let her. It's yes, dear. Fine.
If she wanna put like some drapes, different drapes and curtains up on the house, she wanna, we should paint this wall this color. Like, yeah, man, those is little things. We talking about major decision making. Like, say if the question is like, I'll make it more. You want to go out with your homies. That's what you want to do. It ain't weekend, nigga. It's a Thursday. It's tomorrow. You want to go out with the boys. You got to ask your girl to go out with the boys, or you got to check in like, hey, it's cool if I go out with the homies? Or are you going to be like, matter of fact, are you even going to tell? I want to know this. Are you going to tell her? Are you going to ask her? Which one? Or are you not going to do nothing and you're going to go ahead and do what you're going to do?
Hey, I got to be like Ludacris and don't be DTP, man. I can't disturb the peace, man. But yeah, for the most part,
give me which one you gonna do.
But I still follow up though, man. You gotta follow up though, Cooley.
But are you asking though?
No, I don't. And she's in the background hearing this right now. So
okay, so if you want to go out with your boys, you're not asking like, hey, babe, it's cool if I go out with the boys? Or are you telling her, hey, I'm going out with the homies, I'll be back?
The second one.
You doing the second one, bro? Where's she at? Put her on camera. She gonna be like, nigga, you is not doing the second one. Put her in the camera, man. I don't believe you, bro. I don't believe you, because your first answer was like, maybe.
Hey.
Put her on. We want to see. Confirm.
Nah, Cody, man, you gonna get me in trouble tonight,
put the voice in the background.
If it's the truth, why are you in trouble?
If it's the truth,
you're already in my back ear though. Commentary, man, I can't, man.
But the thing is, if it's the truth, man, you shouldn't even say you gonna get me in trouble. The fact that you had to say, "Oh, nigga, you about to get me in trouble," means that, nigga, your chick runs the relationship, bruh.
Nah, Coley, but you know what, man? I would say that she definitely. I mean, I guess I've been through relationships, and I just realized too, though, man. Like, I just try to keep my girl as happy as possible. I don't want her to be upset with me, man.
Does she ever withhold sex for compliance?
No. No.
So let me ask another question to see. This guy. See, look, this is the type of guys that vote for Kamala Harris, chat. Let's see real quick. Let me ask you another question.
Hold on, man.
Let me ask you another question and see. So whenever you want to have sex, right? Whenever you want to get down busy, you can hit it whenever you want on command. And she not gonna say no.
Oh, it ain't that time of the month, but yeah.
Okay, but what if you want to do it during that time of the month? I'm not saying you do. I don't run red lights either.
Hey, Cooley, we don't go through red lights, bro. You said that, G. We ain't going through the red lights.
I don't. That's not the question, though. Hypothetically, just see what a relationship. Hypothetically,
Cooley, no, bro. I'm not.
I know, but it's a hypothetical. I know you wouldn't, because I don't run red lights either. But let's say if you wanted to run a red light, right? Would she be okay with it?
Yeah, she probably gonna wonder why, though. She probably gonna wonder why, though, Cooley. I mean, but yeah, I feel like I could, yeah. I just don't.
All right, so your chick don't withhold sex for compliance, even if she's upset with you and y'all having an argument and like the relationship is kind of sour. Can you still get sex at those times, or it's like, this is not a good time?
Well, you gotta think about that too, because sometimes that mindset though, when y'all both in, I mean, I'm not saying all the time, but for the most part, y'all already kind of like, I need a moment for a second. You ain't think I ain't saying thinking about
I'm
sex,
just
but, you know.
the question is, if it's a heated argument or y'all not really vibing at a certain time, can you still get, do you think you can still get sex from her, or she's going to withhold sex for compliance, meaning that she's like, no, my emotions, I don't like what you did, so I'm not giving you no sex. Is she going to treat you like that? Yes or no?
No.
And she's never treated you like that before? Yeah, nigga, she has. So she with her, and look, you, she in the background like, nigga, you tried to hit it the other night. I was mad at you. You ain't get no poon. So she in the background like, no, I'm not.
No, you see, you got her in the background.
I ain't hear her. Tell her to come on camera. See, look. Matter of fact, do you want her listening to this live stream or no?
I mean, she normally I listen to you all the time though.
No, but I'm just let's answer the questions. This is a good combo.
She ain't the biggest fan of the podcast, but you know, man, I do my thing though, bro. I still listen to y'all because
I appreciate the support, man. And no, it ain't. We having a regular discussion right now. Let's just say if you didn't put it like this. Here's the question. Let me just be direct. Do you want her currently right now listening to the conversation? Yes or no? Be honest.
I don't mind though. You know what I'm saying?
Nigga, you don't. So my point is, why is she listening to the conversation? You don't even want her listening to this conversation, but she's having this authority over you and still listening. Tell her to go to the other room, bro. She shouldn't be listening to no grown man speak. So if you don't want her, my point is this: men lead, women follow. If you don't want something, you tell her go in the other room. Matter of fact, you shouldn't have to tell her anything. She should already know her place and her position to be in that other room. This is what I'm saying, bro. This space over here, men lead, women follow. It's almost a dictatorship. It isn't, but it's like I gotta be harsh and use those words because when you're a masculine man, females just stay in line, bro. They know their place, they know their role, and they follow it. It isn't like I have to make demands or make commands to my woman and tell her to do things. She just does it naturally. And what I'm saying is I asked you these questions because I wanted to understand even how you run in your own relationship or in your own house, because you voted for a woman. It's like, well, why would you do that if you truly understand women's nature and the biology and the psychology of them? They don't lead anything, bro. It's not in any Bible. It's not in any Quran. It's not in any old text. They don't lead anything. They don't run anything. You give direction. You give full instructions, because without that, you're headed for a disaster, bro, and they're gonna ruin your life. If you don't lead now in your relationship, bro, she's not gonna fully respect you. It's a higher probability that she'll cheat. It's a higher probability that she'll be looking out for other top tier nigga, because it's like, well, is my man really that nigga? You feel what I'm saying, bro? That's my point. That's the reason why I asked you these questions. And it kind of makes sense. Maybe that's, why you are a Kamala Harris voter, because it's like,
come on,
you
Cody,
have a different type of way of your relationships with women, your maybe relationships in life. How old are you?
Oh, man, I'm 39, man.
You old, man. So
damn, come on, Cooley.
No, I'm 35. You right there. You good, bro? You got to make 6 figures with inflation, man.
Yeah. So
that means that you got to assert yourself more. So that means that with all of these, and this is what I'm saying, like, I'm not trying to like coach you or anything right now, but I just want the chat and the audience to understand it, and you as well, maybe even give you some game. if you have women are naturally attracted to guys that have ambition. You don't got to have it all, but if they see that you are competent and you have the willingness to try to strive for the best version of yourself, bro, they're going to be in the back and they're going to cheerlead and they're going to follow your lead. That's what's going to be, because you're a masculine man on your purpose. And at 39, if you're not in six figures, and it's not saying all people are going to get in six figures, right? But I think that that's something that you should strive for. Like your goals should be very big in life. Super, super big. And the way to get to accomplish these goals is to get rid of vices. Like the reason why people vote for Democrats and Kamala Harris is because they're fine with all the vices. They're fine with the marijuana. They're fine with the drinking. They're fine with the sexual liberation. They're fine with LGBTQ movement. They are very very tolerant of things. They're very tolerant of vices. The other side, this is why I wanted to know about your values. The other side is very intolerant of all of these vices. Or if not, they try to constrict it to a degree, put some law and order and some restraints on all of these vices. The other side is like, well, live and be free and do what you want. And those people that have the live and be free and do what you want mindset, they normally not making 100K. They normally don't have a woman that's following their lead. It's because they're like, man, I was young and I had that mindset. It's not you, it's every man. I had chicks before where, nigga, I wasn't leading nothing. I had chicks before, they didn't respect me at all. I was only smashing, but it wasn't really no respect there. You know what I'm saying? Because I didn't have it in myself. I didn't have the character in myself to really be that guy. When I became that guy, and I'm still trying to work, it's a non-stop working progress. You never stop working. You never stop trying to elevate and become the best version of yourself. You always have to work. So never become lackadaisical. And I think that once that mindset changes and you have that about yourself, then you're the things that you want to vote for and your beliefs and the values that you hold is going to change. So the people that you vote for is going to change. So you're going to be like, man, I ain't voting for the Democrats. My values don't even align with them.
So real quick, Cooley.
Go ahead, Commentary King.
If Trump decided he doesn't care about marijuana anymore, and he's just like, I'll just leave it to the states, would that take away the value that he has as a potential candidate?
I think Florida, if I'm not mistaken, they what did they do? They made recreational marijuana use. They banned it, I believe. I think that's what it was. But in regards to your question, if Trump wanted marijuana and the use of marijuana to just be legalized, would that take away from... I used the marijuana just as an example of certain vices that people have.
Right.
That's what I used it, just to give them some knowledge. Meaning that what I'm saying is this. As you work on yourself and become the best version of yourself, and you'll stop doing certain things, and then you'll start doing other things. And when your moral compass changes, the people that you actually let in your life, they would have to be on that same moral compass with you, right? Like my friends that I keep around, the people that I work with, they have certain values that I embody too. My girl, she has certain values that I embody too. If she was smoking and drinking and indulging in things and had body covered in tattoos, I would be like, I really can't get down with that, right? I can't do that. The reason why is because I'm not doing it myself. So why would I accept someone that's doing it too? Obviously, the reason why I'm not doing it is because I think that it's immoral. It doesn't fit my moral compass. So it's a moral argument. Like, it's like, for an example, why would you take a chick why wouldn't you want a girl with a high body count? Swagging with the goo? Because I know you don't. You wouldn't accept a girl with a high body count, right?
It means she's experienced.
Oh no, man. Nah, bro. We ain't rocking with that one, bro. Shoot, that's recreational use only, man.
Recreational, and it's many reasons to why you wouldn't. It's because it's like she doesn't really value herself, right? Yeah. Would you accept a girl that let's say that, put it like this, that's one of the biggest ones. But let's say if she was, you may accept it because you're already in that party. Let's say if she was gay.
Well, say she was lesbian in this case.
Bisexual.
But I was at one point though, I ain't gonna lie to Cooley, I was already kind of open to that open-ended, that polyamorous type of lifestyle initially, probably because I lived in Seattle for a while too.
You mean with the girl being open on her end with other girls?
Oh man, me having other girls too.
Well, that's different.
I like
if you,
that's different. Hey, but yeah, the practice, man. Seattle, they kind of practice that lifestyle a lot out there. So I just moved to Vegas just maybe a year or so, but for the most part, yeah, it was that that open lifestyle, poly lifestyle. So misogyny, I don't know. Monogamous is kind of overrated anyway, but that's another conversation too.
Real quick, video game junkie. Yeah, click this first link in the YouTube description, and you could join. I see you're a member, man. So all the members, if y'all want to join and stuff, click the first link in the description. I'll go ahead and add you on up. So but anyways, this conversation ain't really getting anywhere. I was speaking about the values and stuff, but Commentary King, what you got?
Yeah, so I'll just piggyback off the value. So I agree to a large degree. Who you are and the company you keep will definitely help define your character. But I will say, so your values, right, that you possess, do they more so align with Kamala versus Trump? Is that an accurate statement?
Yo, before you answer that question, I'm gonna bring more people up. I'm trying to get this chat a little popping here. Let's see here. We got Tremaine, Calvin. Gonna bring you on up. My son, turn on your camera. Mo, turn on your camera. DN, turn on your camera. And Topic, turn on your camera. My son.
Okay,
where you from?
my camera link. I'm from Detroit, Michigan.
You from Detroit, Michigan? Have you been listening to the conversation?
Yes, sir. Yeah,
cool.
I just linked in.
Before you go, we're gonna have it very constructive, right? So I wanted you to introduce yourself. Let me bring up Myson because he's been in here waiting. Myson, welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Where you from?
I'm in Colorado right now.
Colorado. Have you been listening to the convo?
Yeah.
Okay, cool, man. So go ahead, Commentary King and Swaggin' with the Goo. You could go ahead and answer that question, and then we'll get to y'all. We'll just have a free-flowing conversation. Go ahead.
Cool. Can you restate that question once more?
Yeah. So I said that. So your voting choice, I'm going to imagine, was influenced largely by.
I'm on the bus. Sorry about the noise. I'm on the bus.
By your personal values, and so I'm going to presume, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, your personal values more so align with Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump, correct?
Well, I would say until I become someone that's making six figures or being a millionaire, I will say yes at the moment. Yeah.
Okay. So it sounds like your decision was primarily based off of your proximity to the income bracket for that candidate. So obviously, Kamala Harris makes quite significantly less than Donald Trump. And so was that like the main thing that moved you towards her? The fact that she's close to you in income?
Well, I think initially, not only that, but again, I can understand someone who's been through the struggle more than someone who's never even struggled at all.
Okay.
I'm sorry for laughing. Struggle. Yeah, but she's Indian. She's Indian, and when she was in California as a DA, district attorney, she registered as Indian, not black. And then she said that her mother was through the struggles, where it's not true. But then she tried to defund the police. And then, hold on, one more thing. That don't make Kamala Harris border safe because it's an open border. Chicago have a problem with Venezuela gangs. They kicking indoors. The GDs and BDs can't keep control of because their gangs are too out of control. I'm just trying to figure out all this because abortion I'm just trying to figure out something. You know, I'm from Detroit, Michigan, and you know, I got Canada right next door to me. And my borders is the most important things in my life. And when you have immigrants that's untitled, well, basically John Doe's coming over here, disrupting my nation. That's why I voted for Donald Trump. And I'm a Democrat that voted for Donald Trump.
Yeah, you're definitely not a Democrat. You're far from Democrat.
I am. I voted for Obama twice. I voted.
All right, listen, Tremaine, your audio is mad loud and it's cracking up. So let's get that clear. I muted you real quick. Let's get the audio right. We got Tommy Guns. You muted for right now. I'll bring you back up. We got Tommy.
No, go ahead.
We got Tommy Guns. I'm gonna go ahead and bring you on up. Tommy Guns, welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Where you from?
I'm in Georgia right now. What's going on?
You in Georgia
fellas?
right now? Okay. Commentary King, where was the conversation going? I had to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, so I was asking Goo sort of what he valued, and so what we came to conclusion is that he valued Kamala Harris as a candidate over Donald Trump because of his proximity to her as far as income, right? Because Donald Trump is a billionaire. Kamala Harris is not, and he made mention of a struggle that she had growing up. So he personally identifies with her and her character and her backstory. And the counterpoint that I wanted to make is that, well, you can value and identify with someone personally, right? But that doesn't mean that they're actually fit for a role or a position. And so if his decision was primarily influenced by what are essentially identity politics, then they could put up literally any person there that's close to you in background that's unqualified, and you'll fall for it.
Is that not the same thing with even the Trump? I mean, Mr. Apprentice himself, Mr. Drink the Bleach, Mr. all these antics, and I mean, you can go on and on about Trump in general. I mean, there has not been anything solidly that he's done. Even with, the sad thing about even African American people in general is thinking that he gave you a damn stimulus. That's the sad thing about it, because people think that Tremaine, give me a prime example. Well, he probably gave me a stimulus. He didn't sign off on that. He actually didn't want you to have a stimulus at all. And
Can I say something?
Go ahead, Tremaine. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. All right. Okay. I know I'm on the bus, right? So I don't drive because it crashed and things like that. So you say Donald Trump gave you stimulus. Wait, hold on. Wait. But you enjoyed that fruits of that labor, right? But then, hold on.
Who didn't?
You enjoyed it. Wait. First of all, inflation is 25.47. Something like that. It's higher than when Trump was in office with 7. So I'm just saying, when you go to the store and buy eggs, a dozen of eggs, how much your eggs cost? How much do your eggs cost?
So you're telling me, though, that Trump made sure that you had lower eggs?
No. He did. It wasn't this high. It was not high like that. Look, listen. I stand out to the home right now. I just got off work. And guess what? Hold on. I work at Taco motherfucking Bell, and I could pay for a high rise that cost me $900 when Trump was in office. But when Biden got office, $50 every year rise. And I'm serious.
Open your mind.
But it's no, open your mind.
Jermaine.
Because the thing is, hold on. The thing is, do you think any other hold on. Do you think
let it be one mic at a time too between y'all. So swagging with the goo, let him just make his point. Tremaine, I muted you right now. You muted, bro. Hold up, Tremaine.
I apologize, though, Cooley, but let's kind of keep it precise so we can kind of keep it going.
Let's keep it concise and keep it where it's going. Tremaine, go ahead and make your last point, and then we're gonna go ahead and get the other brothers in here, and I guess we could have a conversation about some stuff. Hey, chat, we live right now, YouTube. We got a lot of people in here. Go ahead and send in a super chat if y'all want us to talk about some more politics or dating and relationships.
Y'all want to see me come on this podcast more often, then I suggest y'all start throwing some super chat. He ain't giving me a cut on this, and I'm fine with that.
Throwing some super chats, man, and come up with some questions. We're gonna get things popping, man. We got a lot of people in here right now.
Yeah. So
Tremaine, go ahead and make your last point of what you were talking about.
See, I'm grown man, right? I don't allow a woman to run nothing because they incompetent. They don't have rational thinking at all. They can't make critical decisions. They make emotional decisions upon because they have one chromosome. We have two, mean X and Y. Meaning that if you allow a woman to run your household, you in trouble, bro. You in trouble. That's why every man fail is 85% of why everything is getting divorced because of a woman. And then she take all your money, even your woman, even your girlfriend take your money. Right now, you pay for everything, then she don't put out. She don't put out, and then she could say she closed down the shop. I'm just saying. She closed down that pussy.
Okay, Tremaine.
You
Okay,
in
Tremaine.
trouble.
We get your point. We understand
Man,
why you're not voting for Camilla
nah.
because she a woman and women don't lead. I
Hell
understand,
no.
man.
She can't leave. No, never. Never.
Tremaine, let me go ahead and mute you real quick because your audio is real loud. I went ahead and muted you, Tremaine, because your audio is like cracking and it's mad loud. So let's bring up Moreno.
He needs a woman.
Yo,
Tremaine, I'm gonna go ahead and put you back in the queue for right now. All right, Moreno.
Yo,
welcome to No Fugazee Podcast, man. Where you from?
Brooklyn, New York, dog.
Brooklyn, New York. You been listening to the convo?
Yes, I have, man. Tremaine is the truth. Tremaine is the truth. Yo, you heard what he said before he left? He said, yo, I got 5. You know. Yeah, that was funny.
Wait, he said he got 5 what? 5 kids?
No, he said he got
what?
five pitches, you know? He said he got 5 pitches. I was like, okay, great.
Oh, 5 chicks.
Yes.
They got him on the bus.
Right, on the bus. My son said, yeah.
Okay, look, all right. I don't know what it is.
He said, yeah, I'm on the bus and I got 5 pitches.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
he not in here right now, so don't let's not go at him. His audio is jacked up, so I had to get him off because it was too loud.
Nah,
I mean, he had one of his 5 chicks to pick him up though, Coley.
Say that again, swagging with the goo. What you say?
He should have 5 of his chicks come pick him up off the bus from Taco Bell.
So man, y'all got jokes.
Right.
What you was
So
saying?
yeah,
Myson?
I was listening to the podcast and everything. I was listening to the podcast.
Let Myson go real quick, and Moreno, you next. Go ahead.
I was saying that I get what he was trying to say. He just was real long-winded with a lot of stuff he was saying.
Okay. Yeah.
You know, and I did want to kind of counter one of your points that you said to him, bro, which was
who you speaking to? Swagging with the goo?
With the goo. Yeah.
Okay.
So you told him he can't be a Democrat because he didn't vote Kamala, and that's not true, bro.
Not true.
It kind of goes with what they were talking about earlier. With this was a value-based election, bro. Like they supporting a bunch of wild shit,
right?
And it's like, as a man, bro, you can't support a lot of the stuff that they going for, even if you don't like the other person that's running. Like commentary said, he said, I'm out of it, bro. I ain't got nothing to do with it because I don't like neither one of y'all. But as a man, bro, I can't support none of what's going on over there. And how somebody feel about somebody, whether you feel like he a racist, a sexist, a rapist, whatever, bro, it ain't got nothing to do with me personally.
Right.
I ain't gonna never be Donald Trump. He gonna never walk up to me and call me N-word, whatever you want to say, bro. It don't matter. Who finna make some changes to give me some money? That's all I care about, bro.
Thank you.
Okay, so Moreno, you just coming in. Tommy Guns, I want to get your perspective real quick. Moreno, who did you vote for, Trump or Kamala Harris?
Of course I voted for Trump.
Got it.
Of course. I'm sorry. I can't. I mean, like, you have to make it make sense. You have to.
Tommy Guns, let's get your background real quick. Who'd you vote for?
I'm a non-voter, brother.
You're a non-voter, so you ain't vote at all.
He still voted.
I'm Jamaican. I was born in Jamaica, so I'm
okay. You was born in.
But
You
I'm a
living in
citizen.
America though.
I'm
You're a citizen.
I'm a citizen, but I voted for Trump one time, the first time around, and that was it.
This time you didn't vote.
No.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. I mean, Trump won a popular vote anyway. So,
Yeah.
I mean, all right, cool. Let's see what the chat's saying right now. If we got any super chats in here, we do got one. Okay. We got HVA Kim HVAC man sends him $5. The silent winner of this was Gen Z, black men and Gen Z men in general. Trump scored big with the under 30 guys. We here now and not going nowhere. Okay. Which I think about that. He's saying Gen Z and black men.
I'd have to see the breakdown. I saw a demographics breakdown based on race and sex, but I hadn't seen one on age yet. But it wouldn't surprise me. Trump did a lot of podcasts. He did a circuit actually of different podcasts. I think it was like Joe Rogan and like I didn't follow it until afterwards when people were mentioning it. But
he did the Nelk Boys. That's a pretty young podcast. He did podcasts with Aiden Ross, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did a lot of young people podcasts. So
He did one with Andrew Schultz.
Yeah, he did one with Andrew Schultz. So I could see his perspective there. Let's see what else we got here.
I got a question though.
Go ahead.
So this is to Swag with the Goo, bro. You watched all her interviews and debates, right?
I watched most. I didn't watch all of them. I still gotta go to work though, misogyny.
No, I feel you. I mean, like the important ones, bro. Like I know I didn't watch all Trump and all Kamala, nothing. So,
I just know about the we eating cats and dogs. I do know about that. But go ahead.
Right. We're not gonna talk about the little goofy stuff, bro. All that is goofy. But what did she say, or what question did she answer where you was just like, okay, this one vote for her?
Well, I mean, I feel like she danced around no different than Trump. I mean, to be honest with you,
hey, don't start sounding like her where every answer is but Trump. Come on, bro.
But you gotta understand too, though, misogyny. I mean, when I listen to both of them, it was nothing that he stated that to me it was so much like comedy. It felt like a stand-up. I didn't.
So were you watching him? Were you actually listening to him, or were you just watching clips?
I couldn't. My ears was bleeding. But I want to kind of follow up with one of your previous statements in regards to, you want that quick follow up on regards to being a Democrat, but I vote for Republican. Can you be a straight guy and sleep with men?
That's not the same thing.
Why not? Why isn't it?
Yeah, bro, you bugging.
At all.
That's not
no, it's not. No, because again, at the same time as well, like
now I'm thinking here,
bro.
Make a choice. If you rocking or you rocking.
No, bro. We don't got no blind loyalties around here, bro.
Nah, ain't none of that.
So, all right. So your family just say, "Hey, we finna sit in this house and burn this motherfucker up because we blood. We just supposed to all just sit here because we rocking."
That's definitely not the same thing.
Oh, but yours was the same thing.
No, mine was closest to that because initially, if you're totally Democratic and you go Republican, are you not going against the grain?
Bro, do you know how many liberals, like classical liberals and Democrats who was not rocking with Kamala because they say the Democratic Party has gotten so far away from what they used to be?
It was the same way as well, even with Trump. A lot of Republicans was going Democratic, was it not? I know because I watched so many commercials about it.
Of course, people gonna always swap sides, bro, but majority Democrats was just like, bro, this is crazy, like what y'all supporting. Like all this stuff
do you support potentially your grandparents not having Social Security or to the point that they can't take care of themselves no more?
All right. Can I say something? Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
I want to know if you support like all gender bathrooms. Let me just bring that up. Like, do you support like transgender bathrooms, bro?
Do you want them at your bathroom?
Bro,
answer his question. Go.
I don't want them in my bathroom. I think they should. I don't support it. Point.
Well, if you don't want them in your bathroom, then they go in the women's bathroom.
I did answer the question. Would you want them in your bathroom?
They need, but for the thought process, come on, man.
But hold on for a second. But think about what he's asking you. If it's a dude, to a woman, transgender, and you don't want them in your bathroom, then what other bathroom they going in?
I mean, I'd rather them in my bathroom. Because I can beat your ass.
But whose bathroom are they
Right.
on in though? Think about
See,
it.
misogyny, I told
Yeah,
you.
I don't think he got the question though because it wasn't stated that way. So
No, it's like it was never like that. You know, like it's just the thought process of having it now.
Yeah, but so in reality, I've never seen a transgender bathroom. I've seen a unisex bathroom, and I've seen male and female, but I've never seen a transgender bathroom ever in my life. I don't think those exist.
Me
to be honest.
either.
They have the words
They say transgender on them.
They say
straight up.
Marino.
I've never.
Nah,
You had to take a picture. I mean, I'm just gonna be honest.
I'll
I've
take
never
pictures.
seen one
They
that
don't
said
got
that.
that, bro. They don't got that.
They don't.
let's so we got another person in here, Marvin Terry. Where you from, man?
I'm from Houston.
Houston. All right, cool. You voted for Trump or Kamala?
Man, I ain't even engaged in it, bro. I ain't even.
You ain't vote.
No.
This guy ain't even vote. All right, so we got 2 non-voters in here. What's going on, man? All right, cool.
It's all good, Marvin.
So, I mean, we could have this conversation going in many different directions, but we got some new people in here. Is there something, a certain topic that y'all wanted to speak about, or maybe content that you've seen or anything?
I will say, actually, how about this? Can you go over your influence argument? Because I was getting bored listening to people fillet you all day and all night. That I said I wanted you to sort of lay out the because we spoke about it briefly before, but we didn't really go into it. And so I want to probably spend the next few minutes doing that. I'm going to carry my tail to bed.
Cool. Influence creates thinking. Thinking creates behavior.
Creates thinking. So when you say creates thinking, so give me sort of an example when you say that.
Yeah. So influence creates thinking. So I go all the way back to the root. So everything that we observe, we soak in. So we got 5 senses: seeing, touching, hearing, tasting, and smelling. Our 5 senses absorbs information, and based off what's absorbed, which is influence, right? The absorption is the influence. Whatever we absorb, that's what influences us. There's certain things that people can be around, but they're just not influenced by, meaning that it really doesn't, they don't absorb it. It doesn't impact them at all. So influence creates thinking, meaning that what we allow to influence us, that's going to create the way we think in a direction of where our perception is going to be made. Then from there, based off of that will create thinking. And then thinking, normally if you think, people don't always act on everything they think about, right? Not everything, but a majority of the things that they think about, they tend to act on. And maybe if it's not an actual action, it's still like it influences their reactions. It influences, maybe everything is action then, because it influences the way they vote, the policies and everything. So, yeah.
Okay. So what set of actions, or I should say thoughts. So what set of thoughts that you possess that had no influence?
Thoughts that had no influence?
Right, because if we're sort of
there isn't any
influence in this sense, if we're avoiding influence that
there
may
isn't
alter
any.
your thinking,
There
is
isn't.
there a set of actions that were mediated or I guess triggered by thoughts that had no influence?
No.
So then why are we necessarily avoiding influence if it permeates literally everything that we interact with?
Yeah, we shouldn't avoid influences. We should be perspicacious, meaning be aware of the negative influences and the positive influences. So we should be aware that, so it's like this, right? If you, like men, we have a nature about us. The nature is, we like women, right? And if we're being honest, we want to taste all the flavors. We have this natural desire, right? So if you put a married man in a room, and there's all of these women, right? There's options there, and say if some of these women are valuable options that he wants to get with, they want to get with him, the probability is extremely high that he'll indulge, right? But if that same man had a choice, right? He's like, I could go into this area where being a married man and I could be around all of these women. And I know I could be tempted, but it is going to be very hard. Or I can choose not to even put myself in that area to be influenced. I'll just go over here in this way because, bro, the flesh is weak when it comes to certain things. I just use women as an example and men's sexuality towards women as an example is because it's like, we know there's things, some people know that there's things that they just can't handle, that they will be susceptible to indulge in some activities. So they know that, okay, let's smoking for an example. All my homies smoke. Dan, I know like, yeah, I mean, I don't smoke, and I know it's not a good path that I should take, but I'm gonna still be hanging out with these guys. Well, there's a higher probability that you're gonna be influenced to start smoking too. Right? Or you can not even put yourself in that situation to be influenced by it. So this is what I'm saying. But then it goes even bigger than that, is because it's not even if you're putting yourself in a situation, it's about what you see and observe. So you can just watch certain movies and be influenced. You can listen to music and be influenced, right? So it's many things, but even our own biology, I would say this, our biology is the biggest influence. Because we have these natural proclivities about us. Like men have a natural proclivity to kind of be only as faithful as their options, if we're being honest. Like Martin Luther King wasn't faithful. Like, God dang, the only faithful man was Adam because he only had Eve. But if you were to throw Bree in there and Katie, that nigga would have been cheating the same. Once he bit the apple, he would have been like, you, nigga would have had 1,000 wives. He only had Eve, though.
Got this back into the poly conversation.
But I'm saying, though, the example of influence crazy thinking crazy behavior, because we really don't have an original thought. When we truly think about it, it's like, okay, Michael Jackson created some great, phenomenal music, and it sounds very different to us. But when we look at the music back then, it actually sounded very similar to some of the music that was going on back then and 10 years before him, because he was influenced. So it's everything. It's in art. It's in how we speak. It's in everything. So the first thought, like even if we think about, just thinking and speech and inventions and everything, it's never like even with the inventions part, like people ain't really creating nothing new. They're just expounding on things that was already invented and creating, adding on to something that was already made. Like even with inventions, like did a nigga really create something fully new? It was nothing even created similar to it. Like, nah, he uses some technology from this other invention. He used some technology from this. He put it together, but it's a new product now.
Right. So with that,
I want to ask before I get out of here though, Cooley. Okay. Yeah, I'm with 5 solid black males.
Real quick, let Commentary King finish his point.
Yeah. So real quick. So what I was going to report with was that because we had a previous conversation about how influence sort of guided our friend Antenna into some of the decisions that he made, and then you made reference to how other people get into certain type of lifestyles based on certain influences, and so. Yeah. Sort of my point was that if you can't resist influence and you are simply subject to whatever, it really doesn't matter then, right? What you're around. You're just sort of this chameleon that just absorbs whatever, and you have no sense of discernment or resilience sort of against it. And so, I personally, I'd value people who can be around temptation and influences and remain steadfast.
Yeah, they're disciplined.
To me, that is a better sign of somebody's character and how stoic they truly are. And so that's why I don't like the transgender bathrooms and all that kind of stuff. That none of that stuff bothers me, because I think if you are somebody of that character, it doesn't matter what other people around you are truly doing.
Yeah, and I get that argument. It doesn't matter what other people are doing around you, because you're that person. You're stoic enough. You're disciplined enough to not be susceptible to outside influences, negative outside influences. But guess what? Children aren't. Right. Guess what? Certain people that have been traumatized aren't. Guess what? Certain so when you view it, it's like we truly have to combat and battle and defeat and never give up in fighting the negative influences that's out there with positive influences, because guess what? They're not. Like, these people, LGBTQ people aren't. They're still going to dress up in skirts and be a man and say weird stuff and be flamboyant and act all zesty around kids, family, children, and churches and all of this stuff and walking down the street and in stores and on cartoons. So then we have to combat that with positive influences. And not only that, we got to call it out. Like, this is disgusting. This is dirty. This is filthy. This isn't of anything that's morally good. You're delusional. You are not a woman. You are a man. So we got to call it out with truth. I think the thing is, it's like, I was having a conversation with the one guy and he came on as like, bro, cool, you giving too much game, bro. You speak too much truth. And, you know, the ladies, you're giving too much game to the ladies. I said, well, what do you want me to do? Lie? He said, well, no, you shouldn't lie. But the ladies is getting too much game and they could use it against the men. I said, well, it isn't me. It isn't my fault that if I speak the truth on what the other person chooses to do with the truth, they can do something, something negative or positive with the truth. Like, if I tell a man, like, women are very emotional, the easiest pussy that you could get is vulnerable pussy. It's just the facts of it. When that chick is in a vulnerable state, is more likely, she's more susceptible to outside influences. She's more susceptible to being rizzed up. So with that being said, it's like, well, can this guy utilize that and take advantage of certain women that are, vulnerable? Yeah, he can. The other thing is, he can do good when a woman is vulnerable, or if it's your woman. Well, this is a time where you should be a little bit more considerate and things like that. When you should show a little bit more compassion and things like that. So you can use it for good and you can use it for evil, but the truth is the truth.
Okay. All right. So we will continue this conversation. It's getting late. Thank you, gentlemen, for having me on.
Commentary King, blessings to you, man.
Home commentary.
Well, there's certain duties a man has to fulfill, unfortunately. So
You ain't doing
I'm
that.
sorry, fellas, but that's more important than any of y'all will ever be.
That is true. Go ahead, man. Handle your business, brother. Have a blessed one.
See you.
All right. Cool. Someone was about to say something too when I was speaking.
I want to say one more before I get
Sure,
out
go
of here
ahead.
too, though, cool. Again, I want to appreciate all you fellas staying on here and at least speaking your thoughts.
Yeah.
Initially, I just want to kind of ask, just leave this in your thought. Would you guys be open to going back into slavery?
We're still enslaved, sir. You didn't know?
No, I'm talking about chains, whips, what your ancestors went through, that type of
It's
life.
mental now. It's worse.
Where's that?
He's talking about physical though. Answer his question.
I'm gonna answer your question.
No, I wouldn't want to go back into that. I'm not
What is that
comfortable with
based
that.
off of, though?
All right, Goo, make your point. What's the point of the question?
Well, didn't you vote for Trump?
Expound on it. It don't make sense yet.
Expound.
Well, first thing first, he supports KKK, and that's been proven.
Wait, what?
Go ahead.
It's been proven.
That's a lie.
Yes, it has.
Has not been
That's
proven.
a lie.
Yes, it
That's
has.
a lie. Go ahead.
Let's go.
That's a lie, bro.
It's been proven.
No, it hasn't.
Look it up.
Goo.
Research it.
Can we continue?
Research
What
it,
else?
y'all.
Goo, continue. What else? What else you were saying? Go ahead.
Should we change the constitutional laws in regards to letting every felon run for president moving forward?
I mean, if we being honest, them charges
they're not even like legit.
Yo,
like
I got a question for you, Goo. What was he convicted of?
I want to know.
Exactly.
I need to know.
Please.
Goo, let us know what he was convicted of.
He almost got impeached though, Cody.
No, time out.
No,
No,
yeah,
Goo.
but
You say he's a convicted felon. What did he get convicted of? No, don't pull it up. You don't even know because it don't make sense. It's the freaking.
Bro, you do
it's the left liberal. They went on a witch hunt, bro. Charged him with anything, and he was like, "Man, I'm just paying this. It's stuff from 50 years ago."
They throwing shit at the wall, hoping it stick, bro.
Yeah, man. Goo, you don't even know.
That's what I'm saying, bro. You gotta stop. You gotta stop with the Twitter and the Instagram and Reels and all that shit. You gotta stop
and the
watching
TikTok and the
You gotta
TikTok.
Four criminal cases.
Cause you just repeating
Criminal.
stuff you heard.
Criminal.
He's a criminal. It's a criminal.
Politico.com, y'all.
Man, listen.
Yo, I swear to God, yo, Cooley, I swear to God, when Trump was in office the last time, it was like the biggest like, I guess, amount of money within the 4 years that I've ever made.
Fact, me too.
Yo, I ain't
Just
gonna hold
now,
you.
just
Same.
now. Yo, wait, check it out. Check it out. Check it out. Check it out. Just
Yo,
now,
same.
look, check it out. When they announced that he won the presidency, even a couple of days before, my fucking Bitcoins
Went up.
Come
Went
on,
up.
They
bro.
already rising now.
Look,
Bitcoin,
All the shit been
just
Dogecoin,
going
by
up.
him being president
fucking
elect, I made
everything.
thousands.
Everything.
Everything went up already.
Everything. My
He hired you,
401k that I don't
He
even
hired
believe
you.
Nah, I wasn't
in.
hired. The
I
Dems
don't
tried
even
to hire
believe
me
in
though.
my 401k and that shit went up. My stocks from my job, come on, that all went up, man.
I'm not
Stop
gonna lie to
playing with
you,
your
Goo.
boy.
I'm not gonna lie with you, Goo, bro. Like when Trump first got elected, bro, I had the same mindset as you. I was like, why the fuck did they elect him? This is
Right.
crazy. Blah blah blah. All this, but then, bro, I started listening to a lot of Malcolm X, bro. And Malcolm X had me paying attention to shit I never would have paid attention to, bro.
Yo, you remember that?
That's how
You
I be.
remember that?
Real
That
quick,
Malcolm would never told you to vote
Moreno,
for
real
Trump to
quick.
begin with, though,
Yeah.
my
Real
son.
quick and go. Look, we got Trilly in here. Trilly, where you from?
Trill.
Nebraska.
You from Nebraska? All right, who you vote for, Trump or Harris?
Trump, bro, you already know.
Trump, you already know. Okay, we got Trilly in here. Oh, go ahead, Moreno, what you were saying.
I was just gonna holler at Goo, and I feel like a lot of this shit's just propagated because when you really look into everything, especially like the charges, bro, she's a prosecutor, bro. She's a prosecutor. So like they just threw some shit at him. They already said it, you know.
He's still facing those.
Bro, they all. I need to send you. I need to send you this lawyer. This lawyer I follow. I need to send you his page, bro, because
Would you want?
He broke down every charge, and majority of them are getting dropped now because they baseless, bro. Like they don't have nothing.
Dang.
I like your valid point. You said majority, but that doesn't mean all. Which is there's still
okay. The one that he
still
said
some
wasn't
systems in
getting
that.
dropped. The one that he said wasn't getting dropped was a defamation charge, bro. That's civil.
We talking about criminal.
Yeah, that's still one of his charges that he's going through. It's a defamation trial.
And it's civil.
Y'all got me going round and round, man.
Yo, listen. So listen, guys, fellas, everybody that's in here, man. I'm gonna go ahead and get to the super chats. If y'all have any topics and stuff while I'm reading the super chats that y'all want to get to, we could do one more topic and then we gonna wrap it up, man.
Hey, Cooley, I'm gonna slide out of here, but man,
You sliding out? Okay, bro.
Yeah, mad love to everybody.
Yo, Goo, appreciate you supporting the podcast, Goo. Appreciate you calling in and
Cooley, I'll tap in again, bro.
keeping it funky, man. Yo, tap in again, bro. I like the dialogue, okay?
Yes, sir, man. Peace, love, y'all.
All right, brother. Peace. Okay, let me get to these super chats real quick. We got let's see. We got Israel Snipe sends in $5. Yep, I'm 22 and I already can see the BS Democrats got going on. Okay, that was in regards to another Gen Z comment. We got Aaron Garcia sends him $5. People forgot Dems look human. Wait, Dems took human rights away with the whole vaccine mandate. People couldn't even work without it, but say Republicans are. That's true, bro. That is true. Don't forget about that. We got Jonathan L. sends in $20. Appreciate the support. He says, I am an Australian. We need a strong American president because you protect us with your nuclear weapons from China, etc. There is no foreign male dictator that would fear Harris like they do Trump. Right. Your thoughts? Yeah, man, I agree. What's your thoughts on that?
Correct.
No, I definitely agree. With the whole, you can look at the situation that they had in Afghanistan. And how all the soldiers, none of the soldiers died in 18 months after he spoke with their leader, because he showed them a picture. He spoke with their leader, told them, "Hey, bro, we're gonna withdraw under these conditions. If y'all touch a hair on any American soldier, bro, I will kill you." Then he showed him a picture of his house. Said, "Yes, this you right here."
Yeah,
we know where you at.
Yeah, homie is gangster for that too. Like. That story itself is gangster. We got We in the Mix says in $2. Moreno looked like Calvin from Paid in Full.
Thank you.
I don't know who
Appreciate
Calvin
it.
is. Let me see. Let's see who Calvin is. Hold up.
Pull it up.
Calvin paid in full. Let me see what this. Oh, I gotta pull this up.
Got to.
Hey yo. Hey yo. They funny for this. Hold up. Let me share my screen. This nigga dipped. Moreno dipped. He like, man, I'm out of here. Hold on, I'm pulling this up for the chat though. Let's go ahead and share screen. Where we at? We got. Yep, we right here with it. Oh no, here you go. Were you?
Yeah, my bad. My bad.
Let me go ahead and share my screen, bro. They said you look like Calvin from Paid in Full. Look who Calvin is. Hey yo.
Go one.
Nah, low key, nigga, you do, bro. Nah, not low key, high key, bruh. That's your chat is funny, man. They be roasting everybody. Okay. Anyways, let's get everybody back in here. I think how do I put it the other way? Let's get it, that way. Okay. Any of y'all got any topics or anything y'all want to discuss? If not, man, I'm gonna go ahead and we're gonna call this a wrap for tonight.
I was hoping to talk to more like Kamala supporters.
We got Smoke. Hold up. Who's Smoke? Smoke. His name Smoke. It seemed like he want the smoke. Smoke. You want the smoke?
What up, though? Can y'all hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah. Do you want the smoke? Are you here to debate?
Hey, I'm with the, I'm always with the shit. You know what I'm saying? So, but I really don't think I'm gonna say anything very disagreeable. I think there's a few points that I just wanted to make.
Where you from?
Miami. Swam.
Okay, you in Miami. Cool. So what point you wanted to make?
Let me turn this down because I think I'm hearing an echo or something, B.
No echo on my end.
Oh, you can't? Okay, cool.
Nah, we're good.
Deal with it. There was the guy that was saying all of that weird, goofy stuff about people's feelings. One of the things about it is when we start taking in consideration grown men's feelings and we prioritize that above kids, I feel like, man, we have gone to a level of disconnect from reality. You see what I'm saying? Because there's certain principles that I think are universal, right? This guy's thinking that Trump's going to put people back into slavery. That's the most vaginal thought process I can even imagine.
Bro,
victim mindset.
Let me explain to you why. Give me a second. Give me a second, bro. Give me a second.
Let him cook. Go ahead.
Because one, if we can have conversations about homosexuality, we can have conversations about transgenderism, but the minute you start even caring about how a grown man feels, and even if there's just one child that's put in danger or in the bathroom or feels uncomfortable, when that 6-foot man walks in there with some pumps and high heels, I don't care. Like, I don't care who feels discriminated against. I don't care who feels none of that. You put the kids in there, any person with any type of moral integrity would right immediately. It identifies what type of person you are. The second thing is like, man, I'm an American, right? And when I say I'm an American, some of these people get so caught up in racism. I don't have to justify my Americanism by some redneck white dude. It's not like my family fought in every war this country's been in, and my ancestors are right under the ground of all of these people's homes. So I don't have to justify my Americanisms. But with that being said, when it comes to the border, see, to me, Trump was just an obvious choice. When it comes to the border, we're on the verge of waiting for another 9/11 type of situation to occur. No doubt about it. You let any and everybody in this place, and then you're waiting for the moment for something like that to happen. And my final thing is this. This is the hypocrisy of Black thinking and feminine Black thinking, I want to specify. And this is why this guy is so, like, people like him are very toxic to our community. We came and we showed up very strong in this last election. I really believe that we are the tipping point that really put the momentum towards Trump's win. Thank God he did. Because my last point is this. I'm a gun enthusiast, and they made that Second Amendment after they made the first one. You say what you want, but you better have a gun. And what I mean by that is this. Black people, we don't trust the cops. We don't trust the federal government. And then we want to vote for politicians that will take.
That's going to put them in.
We vote for politicians that want to take our guns, and then what do we live by? Mottos like "hands up, don't shoot." That's not the most feminine way of thinking,
bro.
It's crazy.
Bro,
Last
this is
point
the
this.
reason why we were enslaved anyway from that mindset.
Exactly. Right. See, what a lot of people don't realize is that originally a lot of Black people were conservative thinkers and conservative people who wanted a lot more independence. What Black people have the problem of doing is we're always looking for a savior. We're dancing and waiting for Jesus to come help us. We're dancing. Right. We're waiting for the politicians and the Democrats to save us. We're waiting for rap music or some sort of a Malcolm X figure, when the reality is we need to start tightening our pants, tighten our belts, and start making an impact on our families. We don't need to worry about what you're doing. Like, see, it's always like, oh, this is what we need to do. And it always comes from somebody that has very low moral integrity, very low drive, always talking about what we need to do. You see what I'm saying? I feel like white people don't do that. White people don't get together and say, hey, you know, us white people, we need to do this, this, and that.
Well, they do. The liberal whites.
I'm sorry?
The liberal whites.
Some of them live.
The thing is, it isn't really a race thing. And yo, Smoke, you spitting. I appreciate you for coming in and dropping some gems for the audience. Yeah. I would say that it isn't a race thing. It's the fact that, like you stated before, with your presupposition, is like a lot of men, Black men, are feminine. Yes. So they take on these feminine characteristic traits, and they have these feminist mindset and these beliefs. And what this does is that, you know, that predicts their behaviors and stuff like that. So I think that doesn't matter the race. You could still be a dork. You could be a simp. And white and be Indian or be Black or any color.
The first point you know what I'm saying? Because I think it leads to two different types of outcomes, right? Right now we have an outcome that produces either the gangster, you see what I'm saying, like the thug, or you have the effeminate Black man, the sissy. You see what I'm saying? You have these two outcomes when real Black masculinity when somebody's not in the presence of what a real man is.
Yeah, when it's not tainted. That's what I'm saying. When it's not tainted. So it's three of them. I truly believe what you're saying. And two of them, when it's tainted, it leads to men thinking more like women and having more women beliefs. They're more feminized. They're effeminate. Or the other one is they're still effeminate. Gangsters are feminine. Exactly. They act out despite how they feel. They act on how they feel despite how they feel. So all these gangsters, these people that's quick to shoot someone, these people that's quick to get into a fight, these niggas aren't stoic. These niggas are emotional. They act on how they feel. Masculine men, we act despite how we feel. So we're logical thinkers. We're rational thinkers. So I think that, I look at it this way. Let me give you our perspective. I look at femininity and masculinity is just energies. And generally, naturally, the male's biology, he takes on these more masculine characteristic traits naturally because he has lower estrogen. He has 17 times more testosterone than women. He's built this way. It's in his DNA to take on more masculine things.
No, Fugazee, let me add one element that ties it into politics, because you're saying some powerful something that's extremely powerful. And see, this is something that I had gotten into a debate online with a Black gun enthusiast and so forth. And he had mentioned something about the statistic of how he asked me, who commits most murders, who beats their wives more. And I know you guys have heard people use that strategy in sense to make it seem like, you know, the numbers suggest that the white people are the ones involved in these crimes. But the reality of it is that's a feel-good statistic. Because at the end of the day, if you look at it proportionally, we dominate in all of those categories. But when you put that feel-good statistic, you know, that is what women do. You want to feel good. So that's why you see us flooding churches. That's why you see us listening to so much rap music, because it feels good. Because we can sit here and say, well, hey, more of them do it, more of them do it. And then you find yourself complacent. It's just like welfare systems. Welfare systems make you feel good. The thing is that real manhood has to take the pain. And that's what we're really going to head into. See, a lot of people don't realize I voted for Trump, and I'm telling you proudly, but I also voted for Trump knowing that the next few years are going to be tough. The next few years are going to be tough because
the next few years is going to be tough, man. And I get what you're saying with the whole feels good and thing, and that's what I was getting to. And what I'm saying is when you break it all the way down to its core, right? A man, he naturally takes on more masculine characteristic traits. Just naturally, it's like his natural tendency that he has because he has a different biological makeup than women have. Women, they take on more feminine characteristic traits, like they're more docile, more agreeable, and stuff like that. Men are more agreeable. Men are more non-agreeable. Women are more emotional because they have more estrogen. Women are, they feel bad about a whole lot of things, and they're more dramatic because they're higher in trait neuroticism, meaning that they feel more negative emotions. So it's like we have the biology that makes us feminine and masculine from the core. The outside, the hover, though, is influence. Its influence is, what we allow to influence the biology, right? So it's a lot of men. They were born male, XY chromosome. This is why I don't believe that no one's born gay. Because you are born who you are, male, to procreate. No one's born gay. No one's born thinking about having anal sex. That's unnatural. Why would you stick your penis in a hole that feces come out of? Doesn't make any sense. It's nonsensical. No human being would even think that way. But they were influenced by some propaganda, some gayness, some gay agenda going on to have these different, tendencies now. They tendencies switched up. So it's like at the end of the day, bro, this is why we really got to fight this degenerate behavior, this feminized behavior, because if not, bro, masculinity is going to be on. But the thing is this, bro. With Trump winning, it gives us hope because it's like, bro, that salute to masculinity won in this case because even the world seen it. Like, think, bro, he got the popular vote. So the world noticed something where it's like, bro, it's going too chaotic. We need to get things back in order. Yeah. So this is why it voted. Like the pendulum shifted already.
I do want to say something about like your first comment about Google, whatever. And I don't think he's an immoral person, even though he may have a few beliefs that that we don't agree with. I think he just lost, and I think a key factor in that is one that he asked him, did he have kids? He said no, he not married, he don't got kids. If you don't got kids, bro, I feel like when you have a kid, bro, you open your eyes to a lot of weird, like okay, I gotta protect this.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So he don't really have nothing right now. He gotta protect.
I mean, kids. What kids do is kids give a sense of duty. So it gives a sense of duty. So it kind of puts you more on a purpose because you gotta protect you gotta look at someone else but yourself. Right. So it makes you more selfless. But it isn't even that. The main thing, the main questions that I asked them is no, he is immoral. Like, I agree with Smoke was saying that, right? Who was saying that? He is. I asked him specific. I'll tell you how, bro.
I think he just lost, bro.
Well, that too, but not only that, bro. I asked him questions. I said, bro, who runs the relationship? He didn't want to answer. He kind of conceded on a few things. Like, well, like my girl's in the other room. Think about it, bro.
Straight cap.
He was
straight cap.
And I don't know. I'm not talking about. And real quick for the chat. We not speaking about Goo behind his back. I'm speaking about all the things I told him to his face. We just, speaking about it out loud since we all together.
And the reality of it is that he's making a point that a lot of people are echoing right now. You know what I'm saying? So it's not just him. It's not just about him.
In fact, it's not even just about Goo. It's about the example. The example of him. So with that being said, I asked him questions about, your relationship. Are you the man of the household and stuff like that? Do you lead your woman? If you wanted to go hang out with your boys, do you got to ask your woman or can you just go?
The second
one.
Bro,
he got to ask. He got to ask. He said the second one, but it's like, but then I asked him another question. So that means you got to ask, bro. You can't just go, right? So with that being said, it's like, then I broke it down and I spoke about he's 39 and he's making under 100K. Which is fine. A lot of 39-year-olds, it's hard to make 100K period, right? With inflation and everything else. It's always been hard to make 100K. But just the fact that, he's not even striving for that, that means that his moral compass is a little bit lower. Like, he's comfortable where he's at. He's comfortable, letting his chick kind of run things. He's comfortable, not in his own little situation. When you're not comfortable, the way to test someone's morals, think about this. How moral can you be if you were never put in a situation so your morals can be tested? It's like this. For an example, a guy that says, I'm faithful. I never cheated before. Well, my nigga, you never even had the opportunity to cheat. Did you ever have 5 chicks that wanted to smash you right then and there? We'll test your morals. But guess what? You're such a little panty boy that you don't even, you know what I mean? You don't even want to assert yourself to become better. Like, you don't even want to go in those situations, which is totally fine.
Statistically, I think you might be putting a number. Now, I make way over 100,000, but that's not the point. I'm not saying this in insecurity. I'm saying this, that I think that that number statistically for black men is way too high. Because, man, I think not less than man, not the majority of black men don't make nowhere near that.
It isn't about that. It's about the mindset of wanting to make that.
Right.
Okay.
Like, put it like this.
I want
Like,
to say something about that.
if we all speak about ourselves here, we all got different incomes, right? But it's the mindset. Like, I make well over 100K. My brother Smoke said he makes well over 100K. But I didn't. Like, when I was like 29, I was making like maybe like 60,000. Like, you know what I mean? It was low. Like, it wasn't that much. But 6 years later, it's much different. 2 years, 1 year later, actually, it got much different. So it's like you have a mindset growing up. But then you become, as you experience things as a man, you can either learn from those experiences or you can let those experiences learn you. I'll repeat. You can either learn from those experiences or you can become an example of those experiences. So that means that as a man, you go through things, you learn from what you've went through, and then you build on those blocks. And it was just something that naturally came to me. I was like, bro, I do not want to be this type of individual. I need to change. So in order to make change, you need to sacrifice things, right? And what's the act of sacrificing things? Discipline. That's the act of sacrificing things. So you have to be more disciplined. And as you're more disciplined, you'll see that your bandwidth in your brain, you got more things to think about. Like, that's the crazy thing. I think a lot of people, like a lot of people watching this chat, like, if you really want to see a change in your life, you got to open up your bandwidth in your brain. And that's because you're thinking about, you're doing too much, you're indulging in too many vices and doing too many things that's really not putting you on a purpose and a path. Maybe you're watching too much Netflix. Maybe you're playing too much video games. Maybe you masturbate. And I don't even care if it took you 10 minutes to get that nut off. Nigga, that's 10 minutes you could have been reading something or looking something up to make more money. Like, stop beating your meat, stop smoking, stop drinking if you don't have 100K. You get what I'm saying? Like, you think, like, nigga, I kind of is like, maybe there is something in me that I would smoke weed. It's like, yo, if maybe I see it looks cool. People tell me all these, not even looks cool, but people tell me all these benefits. Like, it makes you relax. I could sleep better. But I'm like, the point that it makes me relax, I don't want to do it because I don't want to be relaxed. I don't want to be relaxed. It's things that I have to do. If I'm relaxed, it's like that's a demotivator.
And if you broke, you don't even deserve to be relaxed.
Exactly. Like, I feel ashamed. Like, yo, sometimes I love Dragon Ball Z. I don't watch it because I'll feel ashamed if I'm watching something where I know it's more work to be done. And I think that when a man gets in this state of mind, you will advance. But then there's some people that they like, yeah, let my chick run things.
There's a beautiful saying. There's a beautiful saying that nothing grows from a comfortable place. Whether it's muscle, whether it's your mind, whether it's your business, nothing grows. Things die in a comfortable place, you know? And the thing about it is that we as Black people have gotten, and I hate to be so critical of Black people and say it that way. Yeah, but we have to. It's kind of like you got to, because you have to identify what's going on. Everyone's looking outward like, this is the problem, this is the problem. But the real problem is, like, it's inside. You know, it's inside you, and you have to identify what it took for me, because I wasn't always in the corporate world. You know, fortunately, over the last 7-8 years, I've been in the corporate world, you know, but before then I was in the streets. And the reality of it is, I've seen all of my friends go to prison. I've seen all of them, you know, and, you know, to high degrees, you know, real talk. And, you know, so now I just realized that, dude, I had to hate the nigga in me, man. I had to start to hate every negative aspect of me and start attacking it viciously. And when I started doing that, I started seeing to myself like, man, how much negative things we start to embrace and call our own. We have embraced.
And Smoke, to expound on what you're saying, this is the conversation that I was having with Goo. Like, think about it. You had to be disgusted with the negative things that you was doing in order to make a change. And when you actually make that change and you're disgusted with the things that you were doing, guess what? The girls that you accept in your life, you're not going to accept those chicks. 100%. You're going to look at them chicks as being disgusting.
Man, gee. Hey, look, that's what niggas, bro. Man, that's deep too. Because you know what? One of the ways that you succeed in the corporate world is, man, all losers have similar traits. Don't matter what game they play, all losers have very similar things and behaviors that they do. All losers. Don't matter what game. You could be in the streets, you could be in basketball. All losers practice the same few behaviors. You see what I'm saying? So when you start identifying that, you start to get away from people like that. Like, man, I see that. And then losership becomes something you're allergic to. I can't stand, and I don't care what you play. I don't like people that half-ass. I don't like people that sleep in. I don't like people that don't give 100%. I don't need you to be the best. But I can identify when somebody is giving it their all. They're giving, and it's something that is very admirable. And anything less than that is very disgusting, man.
Yeah,
it's
that's
just
a fact.
Crazy, man. It's crazy.
That's a fact. Yo, obstacles to opportunities, man. Welcome to the squad, man.
100%.
What's going on with you, brother?
What's good?
Trilly, you back in here, man. So, I mean, it's kind of free for all conversation, not really any topics. We were kind of speaking about masculinity and stuff like that. Yeah, man, I know you voted. Well, you ain't voting for Trump. You not even in America, bro. Where you at again?
Yeah, I voted for Trump.
Nigga, how you vote?
You just send it, absentee ballot.
Wait, what'd you say?
Absentee ballot. You can send it.
You voted for Trump. You got the hat now. You got
Okay. That's because you're still an American citizen. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Okay, so you can still vote. Okay, fair enough.
Let me get mine on here, man.
Do it early.
That guy got me. You made me jealous, man. I gotta get mine on here, man. Hell yeah.
This guy.
Let me get mine, bro.
My dog.
For real.
And then that's one thing too about like the growth too. I was hopping on Facebook today, and I feel like everyone was taking Trump for like who he was years ago. Like he definitely has grown over the years, I think. I want to say, but I guess we'll see over the next 4. But I think he's grown as a person to change his views too, because he was saying some radical shit when he first hopped in.
You know, but another thing is that men don't really care. Like, all right, you know what women do? Women will look at somebody, right? A woman will look at somebody and they'll look at what they do instead of nothing they say. A person can say a whole soliloquy of beautiful stuff, and they'll look at him and say, and a woman will go, that man's shoe dirty, his shoe's dirty, or this man's this, right? Men listen to what someone says and what they do. You see them, right? What they say and what they do. But a woman will look at somebody and say, and totally discredit everything, not even listen to nothing, all because of some way they feel. You know what I mean? It matters. Like, I didn't vote for Trump because of him as an individual. I voted for him for what he has proven himself to do. You see what I'm saying?
That's why the first question I asked Goo was, what did she say where you was like, okay, yeah, I gotta vote for her?
Right.
He couldn't answer. He said, but Trump. And I said, bro, don't do that.
Argument anything that's not Trump.
Yeah. I wanted to say one thing. One reason I kind of voted for Trump was just capitalism. You know, I really don't do much of the socialism. I've been in many countries that are operated like that because I lived overseas for a long time. But one thing I want to get at that most people don't talk, that's a part of masculinity across the board, is it's good to make 6 figures, and that's dope, and congratulations. Even if you don't, it's important to increase your net worth. It's important to, capture industries. If it wasn't for people like Elon Musk, y'all might have got landslided when it come down just to media and distribution.
Yeah.
So what happened, and what conservatives failed at, which liberals actually excelled at, was technology. So they got all the platforms for media distribution called social networking platforms. And y'all was looking like Fox News used to look like. When Fox News had The Rock and they were ahead of linear TV, they were doing their thing. The whole America was basically conservative at that point.
Yeah.
But then when social networking came out, them people that you making fun of, they were like, okay, we're going to control that.
Them dorks.
And they came out with the new. Yeah, the dorks came out with the technology.
Revenge of the
What do you
dorks,
guys,
bro.
what do you guys feel about the
Easily
racism
influenced.
element? See, I feel like racism is a concern of the needy. I feel like when you can educate your own kids, when you can protect yourself, whether it's with your own firearms or whether it's with whatever, when you can send your kids to schools to be educated the way that you want, the less you can, like, only a weak man or a needy man is concerned if another man likes them or hates them. No real man walks around thinking like, oh man,
He's a racist.
you know, right? Like who in their right mind with any type of self-worth cares if another man hates or likes them? That's some homosexual stuff in itself.
Right. In itself. In itself.
That's a fact.
That's the same.
Yeah, sweet behavior.
And I'm telling you, most of them Democrats, oh, he's a racist and he said this.
Right.
Like, yo, I don't care. You know, and I tell you what, with me, as far as the border's concerned, I don't care if they're Ukrainian. I don't care if they're Haitian and eating cats and dogs. And I'm second generation Jamaican. You know what I'm saying? My dad was from Jamaica, fought in the Vietnam War, but I don't care. Like, I have no care, but I want the country to be safe. And at the end of the day, I don't care who it is that's coming in there, send them people home. And as long as there's veterans sleeping under bridges in every major city in America, America first. America first, and send them people home. Dog, I sign people up. I'm a health insurance advisor, right? So I sign people up with different health insurance policies and so forth. I'm signing up illegal aliens with health insurance for damn near free because the government is mandating it. And they're sending them to six or 5-star hotels in Chicago.
That's crazy.
It's outrageous. It is, and people don't believe me. It is wild, bro. And I'll tell you, this is another element that I want y'all to, because if you guys have parents that are still alive, right? The thing about our parents, right, is that it all has a lot to do with where you get your media from. And I think this ties into what you were just talking about just a minute ago. Because, see, older people get their media from the direct TV source. They're not online seeing clips of this and seeing the border with these grown people coming from not just little Mexican families. They see things through a different lens. They don't see these homosexuals when I go on the South Beach, when they got their butt cheeks and a dildo hanging out their butt and there's a kid over there on the street. I'm not joking. Like, I don't know. Y'all be in Miami? I don't know. Like, I'm talking about right on the South Beach. Like, they got a whole, like, dog, you walk down the street and there'll be a dude in a G-string, dildo hanging halfway out his butt, dancing and popping. It's crazy. Yeah. And kids walking right there. Our parents' generation don't see how crazy it's gotten. And my mother told me this, right? My mother's a stone cold Democrat. My mother told me this when I was growing up. She said, and I'm trying to watch my language because I need to make sure your channel, you know, in respect to your channel. My mother said that there's a difference between a homosexual and the F word, right?
Right.
Me, you don't know what I like in bed. I shouldn't know what you like in bed when I meet you, because you should not wear your sexuality on your sleeve. The minute you do, the minute you open yourself up to judgment. If you're a 6 foot hairy leg man and you prancing in a dress, I'm gonna laugh. I think it's funny. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's crazy. I think it's funny and disgusting, to be honest with you. But my point being is, like, how do you expect not to be judged? You see what I'm saying? Because, look, you, as a person or as a man of integrity, no matter what you like in the bed, you're still a man. That's where the delusion comes in. When you start talking about transsexuals and all of these other things, you're dressing up in a costume and you think I'm supposed to be okay with you reading a book to my children in school? And let me finish with this one last point, because in California, this is one thing that blows my mind. I got a lot of friends in California, and they just passed a law recently where they can call your son a girl, they can put him in girl clothes, send him home, and not tell
the parents. Yeah, we heard about that.
That's mind blowing.
Hey, we got a new member in here, Carl, right? State your name, where you from. Oh, your audio not on. All right, get that figured out real quick.
But yeah, I was about to say.
Go ahead.
So that's why I tell people this all the time. I feel like this country started going to hell the moment they started attacking bullying and shaming.
Right. Part of it.
Right.
Yeah, the moment you know, people became so sensitive, I think that it really happened. Well, we've really seen it when it came to comedy, the comedians, when they started restricting the comedians the ability to their art, you know? Oh, well, you said this and this hurts my feelings. My nigga, it's a joke.
And the worst part about it, they got morally they morally decayed at the same time. They got more sensitive.
Same time. They got more sensitive and then they morally decayed. So it's
That's
like
why Dave Chappelle said I'm gay. Dave Chappelle said I'm gay.
Well,
My homosexual.
let me add this. Let me add this to it, and it's going to be a little controversial. Conservatives, y'all sound like black people. Like, y'all talk about a bunch of stuff, but you don't have the power. So unless you get the power and the money in the bag, then that's what you're going to be beholden to. So you got to watch yourself. So we'll get into conversations about, yo, man, back T-boys and all this other stuff. But if they got the rock and if they got the technological and they got the technological platforms, then they win. Y'all don't even know where y'all money be going. Y'all don't know where y'all dollars go. Y'all support the same corporations that y'all say do X, Y, and Z. So y'all be sounding crazy, mad. I'm still looking at people
women,
who
man.
still want to drive
without
Fords.
the women on the
Wait,
side,
let me finish
man.
this. Let me land this.
I'm sorry.
I'm looking at people who want to roll around and drive Fords and GMs, knowing that them companies been shut down factories and destroyed cities, where you got companies like Tesla that only open up factories and only hire in some of the richest employees that work on the line, from the security guard to the sweeper. But y'all not even plugged in. Y'all don't even look at that.
You know,
So
a woman asked
y'all
me,
wasting your time in the other stuff. Wait, I'm definitely about to land.
Yeah, let them get it out, Smoke.
Yes, sir.
We're wasting our time in the other stuff instead of reading between the finer details in the line. That's why Trump said, what? We must protect our geniuses. So the people who are really out here, you got the liberals condemning Elon Musk, who sends the #1 rocket ships in the world. We conquer internet across the whole entire planet. We're really kicking ass, and we got those people. But if we're not on it as conservatives, and what conservatives finally woke up and said, yo, shout outs to Elon, let's protect him. Let's protect our geniuses, because those are the people who are going to bring jobs back. Those are the people who put us on and then level the playing field, unlike the other side. You know, they were playing dirty.
Go ahead, Smoke.
You know, I had a young lady that I was really close with, right? Back like when I was living in Atlanta before I moved to Miami, and she'd asked me, or no, she didn't even ask me. She had put a post up talking about, man, why are all the black men gay, right? So I sent her a message. I told her, like, you got to think about it this way, right? For the last few decades, they have lived by this montage of niggas ain't shit. You know what I'm saying? They've lived by this montage that, you know, black men ain't nothing, right? Then, you know what I mean? We've championed stuff like little toddlers rapping and cursing. We've championed everything from the most decrepit parts of our own culture, and we've just championed it. Right now, it leaves it like, what type of young boy is going to want to grow up? And, you know, we have to take accountability as men, because a lot of us men were not there in the picture. But the reality of it is, what type of young boy is going to want to be a man in this generation? Right now, being a man is looked at as toxic, or being a man is, that's why this whole Manosphere thing kind of blew up, because real men are getting tired of it, whether they're black, white, or in between. You know what I mean? Because there's a lot of us with real integrity. If you know, if you really want to get to avoid most trashy women, be somebody that a woman can look up to and learn something from. They hate that. These new women, I'm dead serious.
That's the way to rebel. Truly, the way to really make, you know, some noise is to be the best version of yourself, man. You speaking facts, Smoke. Listen, everybody that's tuning in right now, and we got my son, we got everyone in here. I'm gonna go ahead and close down stream. I've been streaming for 4 hours, man. I'm tired. It's supposed to be debate night, but it was more debate night and reaction night. Appreciate everyone that came up, that gave some comments. My son, Smoke, Moreno, you was in here. Carl, I think your audio's still not working, but I brung you up anyway. But yo. Yep, he in here now. But listen, man, I'm gonna go ahead and put y'all back in the queue, do the ending, and then stay tuned to this Friday, man. I'm having like 6 girls on the panel. It's gonna be pretty dope. All right, man. Appreciate y'all, brothers. All right, chat. So that pretty much sums up debate and reaction night. So this was a little bit unusual. I brought up a lot of people this time to have a discussion, to get people reactions. You know, we had some Harris voters. We had, I think only 2 of them was Harris voters, but then the most of everyone that came up was Trump voters. And then we had 2 people that didn't vote at all. But yeah, so stay tuned to this Friday's episode. It is going to be the girls' show. I think we have like 4 to 6 girls on the panel. It's going to be pretty dope. We got some, people coming from all over, some from New York, I think from like South Massachusetts, I believe. So we got some women coming on from different states. So it's going to be fun. Who knows what's going to happen, right? Other than that, I'm doing a live stream. I think I'm going to do another one this Sunday. Maybe another debate night, maybe. I reached out to a lot of people, man, and hit them up and asked them if they want to actually debate so I can give y'all more of that formal debate, like when I brung on the Jubilee people. I think I really like that because when I was doing those debates, the live viewers would be like, almost 2,000 live viewers when I had those formal debates. So I'm going to have my team keep reaching out to people so we can do more formal debates. But on times where we don't have it formal, it's going to be informal, meaning that I'm going to bring up a lot of people on like this so we can have a discussion. And then it'll be certain times if people just want to debate me, I'll go ahead and get rid of people and they can only debate me. But without further ado, this podcast was no Fugazee. I gave y'all 4 hours worth of my time. I'm done. I'm tired. I need to eat. Peace. We out, man. Actually, Gabby, you're done. And you want to leave too? This is how our relationship goes. God over man, man over woman, woman over children.